第二及第
The second and third members' motions. There are two motions with no legislative effect. I have accepted the recommendations of the House Committee. That is, the movers of motions each may speak, including reply, for up to 15 minutes, and have another 5 minutes to speak on the amendments. The movers of amendments each may speak for up to 10 minutes, and other members each may speak for up to 7 minutes. I'm obliged to direct any member speaking in excess of the specified time to discontinue. Second members' motion, raising the minimum wage level to $33 or above per hour. Members who wish to speak in the debate on the motion will please press the Request to Speak button. I now call upon the Honorable Frederick Fung to speak and move the motion. Honorable Frederick Fung. Thank you, President. Members are here to conduct a debate together, but I believe you remember when we left school, be it secondary school or university, when we were looking for jobs, how did you feel? What was the purpose of looking for a job? I believe every employee would expect that if I could hold down a job, then first of all, it could sustain me with a salary level, and it would give me the prospect for promotion and increase of in salary, and then one day I would get married and I would have children, and when my children got married, my salary would provide me with sufficient monetary resources for me to sustain me and my family. I believe it is not too much to bargain for on the part of an employee, and it is actually quite reasonable. But now, President and members, we have gone through that period, but let us cast a look behind us, especially when 2 years ago, before we had the SMW, they found a job all right, but they would have to work for 8 or up to 10 and even 12 hours. And they would work for a whole month. Some have 4 days of holidays, some only 2, and some work round the year. Apart from the leave days or holidays, most of the time is devoted to the job. Some employees work for the same boss for 8-10 years or for the entire life. No matter what, employees give their time, their sweat, and their youth. But do they always get basic minimum reasonable return for them to have a basic level of living? By that I mean that being an affluent society, can they enjoy a basic standard of living so that they can at least sustain themselves in every aspect of life, including medical expenses? Would they have time and money to date a partner and then to get married and to have children? And of course, now we have double income families most of all, but do they have accommodation so they can nurture the young? Can they also provide education for the younger generation? If you say it is too much to ask for employees because bosses cannot sustain that kind of payment and Hong Kong cannot sustain employees that way. Now, is that the case? I can give you some basic figures to let you see whether Hong Kong doesn't have the ability or conditions to sustain those who would like to rely on themselves to support themselves and also support their families. In 2011, the per capita GDP was 33,000 US or 240,000 Hong Kong. In other words, everybody in Hong Kong, including babies, if we could redistribute all the gross income amongst all in Hong Kong, then everyone should have $20,000. Now, if that's the case, how come we cannot sustain an employee? How can an employee not be able to sustain a family? They cannot sustain themselves or the family because there is a wealth gap. Some get a lot, some get very little. So little they cannot sustain themselves. If they should devote most of their time to work for the boss who make huge profits and indirectly they also help to build the affluent society in Hong Kong, then is that kind of return reasonable? Deputy to the President, I think this is not reasonable. Then we'll ask the question. Is it that the SMW should be set on some basic principles and criteria? It was set at $28 to start with. The ADPL and the labor sector were of the view that it was too low. We actually said it should have been 33 to start with. But in order to have the system in place, in order to make the first step, we had to swallow it. We accepted it with tears. We reluctantly accepted it at $28. Today I'm moving this motion. I still go for $33. That was what we proposed 2 years ago. Because even if inflation has gone up by 13% in the last 2 years, so that the business sector can find it acceptable. As you know, the standard of living has risen in the past 2 years. We still would like to propose that it be raised to $33. We proposed the $33 because we worked that out from the basic standard of living for one person in Hong Kong. And even if we go for $33 today, compared to 2 years ago, it would have been eroded by inflation to the tune of 13%. Deputy to the President, I believe you are related more to the business sector than the labor sector, and I think you understand the theories embraced by the business sector very well. Let me quote. The business sector gave 6 reasons to object to SMW 2 years ago, including that once we have had SMW, there would be inflation. But in Hong Kong, is inflation mainly caused by the SMW? Many academics and people in the financial sector are of the view that 2 main factors contribute to inflation in Hong Kong. First of all, the mainland, the US and European countries are having quantitative easing measures so that cash is flooding the entire world. Secondly, rental is going up too fast and too much. I'm a chairman of an NGO and I have 3 social enterprises under my charge. We face hefty increase of rental to the tune of 60 to 80%, and I have a headache paying that kind of rent. NGOs run these social enterprises, but how can we go on with that kind of rent? So inflation is not caused by SMW. The business sector also said that with an SMW, restaurants and other labor-intensive industries would see entities collapse one after another. Is that the case? Did we see a tide of business collapses? No. They said that the employers might have to abscond because they would be forced to close their business. Is that the case? Well, no. We did not actually hear this. In fact, there were more businesses opened in the past 2 years. And then the fourth, saying that bosses would employ or hire fewer hands, so employees would lose their jobs. But is that the case? I can give you some data later on. They say unemployment will go up, and the disadvantaged workers would even suffer more. And they say if they have to pay $28 an hour, they would not go for people who are at 40 or 50 years of age, but only those at 26 years of age. They say it would be worse for the middle-aged workers. Is that the case? I can tell you that the unemployment that I talked about did not come to pass. I can give you some figures. With SMW implemented, the latest unemployment rate is still 3.3%, which is a very low rate. We can call that full employment, actually. In the past year, there has been no effect on unemployment. On the contrary, more middle-aged and elderly people are now willing to join the workforce. Some elderly people may say they should retire, but then now the SMW proves to be attractive to them, so they would like to rejoin the workforce. I believe the administration know that in this year, 80,000 more women are working. These are grassroots women. And whether it be single-parent families or new arrivals or families with CSSA, they have decreased by 4% and 14% respectively. In other words, more new arrivals and more single-parent families and more CSSA recipients are now working. Why is the business sector saying this and that? The facts have proved them wrong and wrong again. I believe our members from the business sector would again quote those 6 reasons to block any rise in the SMW figures. Mr. Deputy to the President, I hope the figures I quoted have told you that SMW is not something to fear, that it is not negative. On the contrary, it provides a positive incentive to employees to join the workforce, to encourage people to be self-reliant in sustaining themselves and their families, and will not cause people to apply for CSSA. And the CNSD data have told us that the average working hours stand at 42.2 hours per week. In other words, employees have not worked less because of the SMW provision. And all data go to show that the SMW has a positive and reasonable and good effect. But then it has not achieved one thing, and that is the wealth gap has not narrowed. According to overseas calculations, the wealth gap has increased. The Gini coefficient is 0.537, which is higher than before. In other words, employees have higher income, but then the people in the highest income bracket has also got more income. Both have got more in their pocket, but then the wealthy professionals have got even more, so the wealth gap has worsened. And the Hong Kong CSS has told us that the people in poverty has lowered from 1.23 million last year to 1.15 million this year. And I do believe that the SMW has allowed 80,000 people to leave the poor population group. The administration is now considering whether to accept the figure of $30 as proposed by the Minimum Wage Commission. Deputy to the President, let me now look at the thoughts of C.Y. Leung on SMW. C.Y. Leung said this about SMW, and I quote, "When he was the convener of the Executive Council, he supported the SMW even if it ran against the collective responsibility principle of the EXCO. He didn't care." What he said was no different from what the ADPL and the labor sector had in mind. And he wrote, I quote, "Given the Hong Kong reality, stipulating basic income for grassroots in society would protect those with the least bargaining power, and this will work towards social harmony and long-term stability. The objective of SMW is to alleviate or relieve working poverty. This is so good. However, what we see now is really worrying, and that is, after C.Y. Leung has become the CE, will he turn away from the recommendation of the Commission and revise the SMW level according to his conscience, or rather that he would only pay lip service to the issue, and or whether what he said was only for running in the election? We'll be watching him closely. So I move.
I now propose the question to you, and that is that the motion moved by Mr. Frederick Fung be passed. 3 members wish to move amendments to this motion. This council will now proceed to a joint debate on the motion and the 3 amendments. I will first call upon Ms. Cyd Ho to speak, to be followed by Dr. Fernando Cheung and Mr. Peter Cheung, respectively, but they may not move the amendments at this stage. Ms. Cyd Ho. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. The 3 members from the Labour Party have moved our own amendments respectively. The reason is that with regard to the 2010 Statutory Minimum Wage Ordinance, we have all proposed committee stage amendments, and we moved similar amendments, but then at the time they were all not passed. And now that the legislation has been enacted for some time, and in May 2010, the $28 rate has already come into effect, and during the latest wave of review, I think it's time for us to take a fresh look at the inadequacies of the legislation, and it's time for us to ask the administration to once again consider our views so that the legislation can be amended as soon as possible. That's why I'm grateful to Mr. K.K. Fung for moving this amendment, or for moving this motion. Let me first explain. Well, Mr. Lee Cheuk-yen, the Labour Party chairman, is now attending a meeting overseas. That's why he's not able to move an amendment here. But then for these 3 other members, will be moving an amendment each, and my 2 party members will be explaining their own amendments in a moment. And here I'd like to share with all colleagues this view. The reason why we have come up with 3 amendments instead of just 1 amendment from the Labour Party, that's to facilitate your voting in later. That is, we are looking at 3 different areas. We hope that you can consider them separately, and of course in the end we hope that you try to support all of them in the end, but then we don't want to see any member who's against either one of them, and then they will have to vote against the entire amendment or a motion. That's why we have moved 3 separate amendments. With regard to Section 16.4 of the minimum wage ordinance, that's about the CE announcing the notice on the prescribed minimum hourly rate and also its effective date, and we would like to amend that. The reason why I am moving this, that's because we have to uphold or defend the legislature's power in doing this, because this provision precisely takes away the power from the legislature, and it has given the power to the CE, who will be able to decide on the rate and also the effective date. And I'll have to read out the provision here. And 16.4 reads like this. That is, PWD's and is about the effective date. But then with regard to the commencement date and A, so it will be replaced by a particular date as announced by the CE and so on. But then the purpose of this is that when the CE is to amend the notice, he cannot amend the rate. He can just take it or leave it. It's like what we are doing in arguing about or debating the OALA. So under 16.4, this council simply is denied the power. But then if you leave it, then we will be placed in a dilemma, because we will then be saying that the workers will be deprived of the protection by a minimum wage. So under 16.4, at what stage can this council help the public? Well, where there is a deflation, and if the CE thinks that the prices have come down because of a deflation, and therefore the SMW rate will have to be reduced, and therefore if he wants to publish a notice in the Gazette saying that the hourly rate will have to come down, but then this council will have this power, because we will then be able to repeal this, and then we will be able to prevent the CE from lowering the rate. But then where there is an inflation, if we want to increase it, then we cannot do anything about it, because the only thing that we can do is to repeal the notice. Well, over the years we can see that there are more years where there would be inflation instead of deflation, and therefore we can't really we can't really make use of a power to repeal this where there is a deflation. And then in 2010, when different parties were against us, and we were told that, in the commission there would be different representatives, and there would also be 6 representatives or 3 representatives each from the labor sector, the employer, and so on and so forth. And then they would have to be data-based in determining the rate. For example, they would have to look at the economy and also the unemployment rate and also the data from the different occupations, and even for QE data from the US would also be taken into account. But then there is no fixed formula. They just said that a basket of factors will be taken on board. But then recently, when we read press reports, they said that even if the data was supplied to the Commission, within the Commission, with regard to the representatives representing different sectors, they are actually having a lot of conflicts, because they are all striving for the interests of their respective sectors, and they're just making a political judgment. And then in the end, they just threw out this figure and this rate, and they said that, all right, we're not going to argue about it. You can just take it or leave it. But then this is not going to be decided by the chairperson himself, and ultimately the CE will have the ultimate power in deciding on the rate, and then he has the all-embracing power, because the CE under this piece of legislation does not necessarily have to accept the recommendation by the Commission, and that's under 16.2 of the legislation. It says that the CE in Council, in exercising the power conferred to them under Section 1, then it can take into account the report under Section 12, that is any recommendation by the Commission, but then he will not be bound by any recommendation of the report. So it says here that in the end, it's still going to be a political decision by the CE. In other words, if this is a professional commission, and if it's to formulate the rate on the basis of scientific data, and it should not be subject to the amendment by this council, well, that would be acceptable. But then if it's going to be a political decision after all, and when it goes to the CE, he's going to make the decision on his own as an individual, then as a member of this council, then I will think that we will have to maintain this checks and balance, where we will be able to check the power of the chief executive. Even though CY Leung, when compared to Donald Tsang in terms of poverty alleviation, he has adopted a more positive approach. But then if you look at the proposal from him on the OALA, he still insists on this means test. That's why we cannot just blindly or naively believe that in exercising this power, this is a very extensive power. He will definitely be able to take into account the needs of the community. In 2012, in February, this council came up with a report, and that's a study report on this council's power in amending subsidiary legislation and related matters. And there is a research report, and in para 4.4 bracket B, it says that by nature, any complicated and technical rules and regulations, if the power is given to somebody with the relevant expertise, then that would be beneficial, that would be conducive. In other words, if we have a group of professionals responsible for formulating the power, then this council should not get the power back. But then, as I said, in the commission, they are just making a political decision behind closed doors. So when it comes to this, it doesn't tally with the administration's justification. And in the same report, the Bar Association said that if the relevant measure is about wider public interest, and if it's very controversial, then the more controversial it is, the more need there is for a public debate and scrutiny. So that is the view of the Bar Association, and it is in favor of allowing this council to play a role in keeping is scrutiny power when it comes to this piece of legislation. Well, in the early 18th century, when the European Industrial Revolution just started, they also had a political calculation school, and they said that the poor had to be kept in a poor condition so that they would honestly and work very diligently. Well, that's the view in the early 18th century. And then in the 19th century, David Ricardo also said that, well, in the course of the Industrial Revolution, the working class is always the loser, and they are always struggling for survival. And for the capitalists or the investors, in the end, they would also find that their interests would be inferior to those of the landlords. So I think this applies to modern-day Hong Kong, because workers, after they work very hard, they are not able to get reasonable return from the market, and they are not able to get a reasonable wage in order to support themselves for their living expenses and daily expenses. This is most unfortunate, and also because our administration has been biased in favor of the rich, and therefore in the early 18th century, the tragic situation is still happening in Hong Kong. That's why we will have to exercise the power of this council in order to check the chief executive. Thank you.
Dr. Fernando Cheung. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Frederick Fung for moving this motion to raise the minimum wage level to $33 or above per hour. Apart from supporting this motion, and that is to say, $33 rate is based on the living expenses of the working class and their families. And in fact, nowadays, this is only very basic because of inflation. We haven't been able to raise the level to $33. And in determining the SMW rate, we draw reference from the Consumer Price Index. But in fact, there has been a time lag of 2 years. So this is the loophole in this mechanism. But my amendment is about disabled employees. Now, there are two parts. First of all, employees with disabilities under the SMW system have to go through a productivity assessment, which means that minimum wage is not the minimum. The wage received by employees with disabilities are even lower. Now, let me quote you some figures. We do not have many surveys on wage levels received by PWDs. The most prominent survey done was in 2007-08. Now, according to the report number 48 of the Census and Statistics Department, there were altogether some 400,000 employees with disabilities, accounting for 6.2 to 6.4% of the population. It was just a rough figure because the CNSD admitted that for mentally handicapped persons, the estimation was difficult. However, since they accounted for some 6% of our population, we couldn't say that the PWD's group was very small. But as far as the labor force is concerned, people with disabilities accounted for some 11%, and that, which means that over 50% of the PWDs are actually in our labor force. And on this basis, we can say that as far as job opportunities and wage rates are concerned, the PWDs are facing a serious problem. And according to this report, the median income for these employees with disabilities was $6,800 per month. Comparing to the median income for able-bodied, it was $10,100. So you can see the difference. After implementation of the statutory minimum wage, under the ordinance, the disabled employees could ask for a productivity assessment. The justification is that when minimum wage is implemented across the board, then employees who are less competitive, for example, disabled employees, may lose their jobs. And in order to protect the disabled, the government has come up with this productivity assessment. That is, if on the disabled initiative, a productivity assessment is conducted, and if the result of the assessment is that the productivity is 80% of that of enabled body employee, so the wage received by the disabled employee will be 80% of the $28. If it was 70%, then the amount would be less than 20, just some $19. This arrangement to many employees with disabilities is a great disrespect or humiliation. Why are they subject to this pressure of discounting their wages? They're willing to join the workforce, and regardless of their gender or age, if they're willing to make an effort, the wage the pay they get home should be that of a minimum wage. This is the spirit of the SMW. However, for the disabled employees, the pay they get may not even pay for the basic living expenses. So there is a basic flaw in this productivity assessment. My amendment is already a compromise because the ordinance has been passed, and in such circumstances the government should provide wage subsidies. That is, if they only get 80% of $28, and that's around $20 per hour, they won't be able to sustain their living. And therefore, the government should encourage them by providing subsidy, making the shortfall of $8 so that the total pay they get will be the same as others. This is to provide incentive for them to work. Now, if this person doesn't work, if this person gets CSSA, the government will end up having to give more. It has to do with the whole community, and whether our community is willing to help the disadvantaged and the disabled. They are put in a disadvantaged position, and they are now receiving a wage at a rate lower than the SMW. So we should give them encouragement. And as far as employers are concerned, they might feel that since their productivity is not as good, if these people are hired, the employer might think that they will suffer a loss. And with this government subsidy, they won't have this feeling. So it's a win-win situation. By having a wage subsidy system, they don't need to get public social benefit, and they will also get a job. And it's a win-win situation for the disabled, the employers, and the society as a whole. The second part of my amendment has come by because I felt that there was a great loophole that which might also amount to a contravention of the Constitution. If after the productivity assessment, if the employer is of the view that the assessment result is too high, that is to say, if the employer thinks that the score should be 80%, but rather it's 90%, the employer is entitled to sack the employee. And this dismissal will not be bound by the Disability Discrimination Ordinance. This is ridiculous because the purpose of the Disability Discrimination Ordinance, DDO, is to prevent discrimination against the disabled at work. But now this dismissal, the dismissal on this ground is not bound by the ordinance. So why don't you just do away with this ordinance? I doubt that if this is not amended, eventually this will be subject to judicial challenge. So the two parts of my amendment are very clear. We should make up for the shortfalls in minimum wage for the disabled, so that we have a win-win situation, and the public will definitely support it. And next, the amendment should be scrapped or repealed, and that is to say, the act of dismissal will be subject or will be bound by the DDO. The other point is that the disabled is underemployed, so there should be an indicator. Now, over the past few years, the government has said that they attach importance to the disabled, but I really hope that the government to do something to help them at work.
Dr. Cheung Kwok-che, thank you, Deputy to the Chairman, and I thank Mr. K.K. Fung for moving this motion on SMW. He talks about raising it to $33 or above, and also once every year for a review. And I just like to add that the MWC should have representatives from the labor groups. Deputy to the President, when C.Y. Leung ran for election as the CE, he appealed to public opinion on housing, education, labor issues, etc. He showed so much concern towards the grassroots. He was more like a social worker than myself, who have been a social worker for 30 years. This is because Henry Tang was in the lead and he had to fight for public opinion so he could join the race. C.Y. Leung said in his manifesto that he would go for populist policies, but then after he has assumed office, at least on housing and the old age living allowance, I think he has shown himself to be what he was, because he is really very much removed from the grassroots. The case of SMW at $33 is a case in point. You remember when C.Y. Leung was returned, he wrote many articles on policies, and on the SMW, on the 1st of May last year, a few days after the SMW of $28 was implemented, he said in an article, and I quote, "The basic objective of SMW is to provide relief for the working poor." He said the economy will develop and people at different strata or levels in society, including grassroots workers, should be able to share in the fruits of economic development. End of quote. I remember some social workers had such expectations of what he said, and I said that yes, if he would be elected, I would hope that he would make an all-out effort to achieve what he said. We originally proposed the level of $33, but in the end, we had regard for the overall situation, and we understood the worries of the business sector, and we accepted the level of $28 nevertheless. However, we said that this year we should have a review. A year or so has passed, and the so-called impact made by SMW more or less amounted to zero. And the employees' life or livelihood has more or less improved. However, we understand that employers are still having difficulty operating their business because geometrically increasing rent is doing the most harm. Like the noodle shop in Causeway Bay called Nam Ki, it was selling noodles of $21 per bowl and vegetables $12 per dish. It was in business for decades, but then in the end, it was driven out of business because the rental rose from $200,000 to $600,000 or 200%. The Percival Street branch had to close down in March next year. Mr. Tommy Cheung, representing the catering sector, should not be blind to the facts and again said that there would be negative impact done by the SMW. Mr. Tommy Cheung, I dare him to stand up and object to property hegemony. Now the proposal is very conservative, that it should be increased to $30 or by 7.1%. Economists said that the average inflation would be around 4.5% this year. However, grassroots expenditure on housing, traveling, and food would be increased by a bigger margin, and that increase would be behind inflation. And you must remember, the level of $28 when it was set was already on the low side. It was a kind of compromise. Again, if I look at C.Y. Leung's article, he said that all along, the Hong Kong economy has been growing. However, the income for grassroots workers, he said, was on the decrease. And Mr. Chen Kai-ming, a senior policy commentator, wrote in an article last week that the overall grassroots income was lagging behind economic development. In the past few years, it did not improve. If we look at 2010 fixed prices, between 2001 to 2010, the average per capita GDP rose by 38.8% to 521,000. However, the increase in wages was only 12.2% for the same period. It was just like 30% of inflation. It was said that there should not be the loss of any positions, especially grassroots positions. It was said that we should preserve our competitiveness and also economic development. Of course, I agree. We must be careful in policy formulation. But the objective of all social policies must be to improve the lot of the people. If wages are too low, it can only show that there is unequal distribution of income or fruits of economic development. In other words, there is imbalance in that distribution. However, the inequality has existed for too long, and the experience of having SMW in the last year shows us that there has been no dismissal tide or no business closure tide. If next year Hong Kong would become only the second, third, or fourth most competitive city in the world, now if employees can get $30 to $35 in SMW, then Hong Kong will win. If C.Y. Leung does believe that the objective of having an SMW is to relieve the difficulties of the working poor, when the Poverty Commission seeks to look at the poverty line, it should first of all set the SMW at a higher level and peg it to the economic development. In other words, we should improve on the criteria for setting the SMW, including having a review once every year. Deputy to the President, I'd like to point out that in recent years there has been discussion on legislating for an SMW. It shows that a labor policy based on legislation cannot catch up with rapid social development. Hong Kong should be like other societies in foreign countries, that we should go for collective bargaining in order to resolve labor relations. Deputy to the President, according to the International Labour Organization, where there is the tripartite consultation principle, the administration should consult representatives of employees and employers so they will abide by the International Labour Convention. And Article 131 stipulates that the administration must ensure that representative employers and employees have the opportunity to participate directly in the procedure of setting an SMW. The Labour Party and also the General Union of Social Workers proposed that representative employees' unions should be able to make nominations. In fact, relevant organizations should make the nominations, and then the CE or the Bureau Secretary can also make the appointment. According to the Occupational Deafness Bracket Compensation Ordinance, we have a committee set under it. It is a statutory committee. the Hospital Authority, DH, the Academy of Medicine, the Hong Kong Nasal Pharyngeal Association, and also the two other organizations would make recommendations or nominations, and then the SLW would make the appointments. And also the Construction Council, Construction Industry Council, according to CAP 587, the relevant labor unions and trade associations will make nominations, and then the Bureau Secretary will make the appointments. The labor sector is of the view that those who can really represent workers would be representatives from trade unions. They should sit on the Minimum Wage Commission. Only labor union nominated representatives can make recommendations which can be acceptable to workers and which are representative. Since there will be a nomination system and since such committees are in operation, if the business sector, academia, public officials and the labor sector can each field 3 candidates to join the Minimum Wage Commission, I'm sure the recommendation would have more authority. Thank you.
勞工及福利局局長。
Secretary for Labour and Welfare. Mr. Deputy, I thank Mr. Frederick Fung for moving this motion on statutory minimum wage rate and also the amendments moved by Ms. Cyd Ho, Dr. Fernando Cheung, and Mr. Cheung Kwok-che. Today is October the 31st. It is exactly a year and a half since the implementation of SMW in Hong Kong. The local economy has stayed robust, which has largely alleviated the negative impact of SMW on the labor market and business sentiment. Generally speaking, the implementation of the SMW has been smooth at the initial stage, and in fact, the labor market has remained stable, and the lower-income employees have enjoyed substantial improvement in their employment earnings. The latest figures in June to August this year show that the average earnings of the lowest decile full-time income and low-income employees was registered a growth of 6.3%, outpacing the overall growth of 3.4%, or 0.3% net of inflation. Implementation of the SMW is the culmination of years of discussion and concerted efforts of all stakeholders, including the Legislative Council. From the proposal, promotion of the proposal, forging consensus legislation to implementation, the whole society have all worked very hard. And in the process of deliberation and legislation, the whole society agreed that an appropriate balance should be struck between wage protection, maintaining Hong Kong's competitiveness and economic development, so that a win-win situation can take place. I'd like to thank the labor sector, employers of business and industrial sector, academics, political parties, and members of LegCo and the society for their understanding and support, so that the implementation of SMW can be done and be a significant milestone in Hong Kong's labor and social development. I'd like to give some brief points on the motions moved by Mr. Frederick Fung and the amendments put forward by 3 members. First of all, the SMW aims at forestalling excessively low wages, but at the same time, it must not have any undesirable impact on the job opportunities of the grassroots, and it must not impact on the flexibility of Hong Kong's labor market, the free economy and competitiveness, so that it will do more harm than good. As there are different views in the community on the rates of SMW, we must adopt an evidence-based approach in reviewing the SMW rate. And therefore, the Minimum Wage Commission, established in accordance with the Minimum Wage Ordinance, before making recommendations, should have conduct detailed analysis on abundant data, including wage distribution data and the findings of surveys, and an impact assessment should have been conducted with wide and extensive consultation. Chairman and non-official members of the Commission were appointed on the basis of on individual basis. They do not represent any organizations, nor were they nominated by any groups. They were appointed in their own capacity. This will ensure that the Commission can provide independent, objective, rational, and comprehensive analysis, discussion, and recommendation on the SMW rate. And in reviewing the SMW rate, the society accepts that we should stick with the evidence-based approach. We must be objective. It must not be affected by political considerations. The MWO stipulates that the Legislative Council can approve or revoke but not amend the SMW rate. That is to fulfill this important principle. As for the review cycle, there are also different views. Some suggest an annual review, but some also suggest that since SMW is new to Hong Kong, review should take a slower pace. We think that the existing MWO stipulates that the SMW rate should be reviewed at least once every 2 years. This will provide a regular review cycle which can protect labor rights. It will also provide flexibility so that when necessary, a review can be conducted in less than 2 years' time. This pragmatic arrangement can effectively balance the interests of employers and employees and the society as a whole. As far as disabled employees are concerned, the SMW sets down the wage floor to forestall excessively low wages. On the other hand, protecting the wage levels of low-income earners can also reduce the need for providing benefits for low-income earners. According to the MWO, disabled employees can opt for productivity assessment. The purpose is to minimize the impact on the job opportunities of some of the disabled employees. And I emphasize that the exemptions provisions under the DDO is only confined to the circumstances where dismissal is made on the grounds of productivity assessment results. Mr. President, I so submit.
Mr. Poon Siu Ping. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. There are press reports saying that the Commission will be submitting its views and reports to the CE this week. With regard to the adjustment of the MW rate is proposed to be set at $30 an hour. I understand that the report will have to be kept confidential, and therefore I can only discuss the issue on the basis of press reports. And if the MWC were to adjust the rate to $30, and if it's accepted by the Chief Executive, then for the labor sector and those who are concerned about the grassroots livelihood, they will find it disappointing. In May last year, we enacted the legislation on statutory minimum wage, and the initial rate was set at $28 an hour, and it's a far cry from the demand by the labor sector. Today, we are moving this motion to adjust the rate to $33 or above. Actually, we're just reiterating the demand by the labor sector last year. We have already not taken into account the situation since the implementation of statutory minimum wage, and there's a 5% inflation since the introduction of statutory minimum wage, and therefore the demand for that to be adjusted to $33 or above is totally reasonable. And the Chief Executive will have to act on the advice by the Commission, and he will have to make a decision on the minimum wage level. On the face of it, concerning the level of minimum wage, the administration stance is neutral. But then if you look at the composition of the Commission and also public officers sitting on the Commission and also the labor sector, academics, they'll each account for 1/4 or a quarter of the membership of the Commission. And if there is any dispute, then the government's role or public officers' role in the Commission will be very influential. And according to press reports, the Commission has already decided that the rate of the minimum wage will have to be set at a certain level. But then I'd like to say that in deciding on the minimum wage level, the administration is involved in the process, and therefore it cannot just say that it will respect the view of the Commission and then there's nothing that it can do about it. But last week, in the oral question session, many members asked the Secretary to change the review cycle from 2 years, from once every 2 years to once every year. But then the Secretary was very ambivalent. He said that where there is justification, then when necessary, the administration will be prepared to review it once a year rather than once every 2 years. And at the time, I already asked how would he decide on what would constitute a necessity to do it. If you look at the pay trend survey, which is now conducted once every year, how come when it comes to adjustment of civil service pay, it has to be reviewed once a year, but then when it comes to statutory minimum wage affecting the entire community and the grassroots workers, it can only be done once every 2 years? Well, policy-wise, I think the administration has adopted double standards, and whatever language or whatever language he uses, it will still not be able to convince us. And I have to say that with regard to the LegCo's power to amend the notice on the prescribed minimum hourly rate and also the effective date, I support it because that would give us more power. But then in determining on the level of minimum wage, that would give rise to more debate and controversy in the community, and that would be against the objective of setting up the Minimum Wage Commission, even though the recommendation by the Commission now is a far cry from our demand. But then after weighing the pros and cons, I'm afraid I cannot support this amendment. These are my remarks. Ms. Ann Chiang. Thank you. Mr. Deputy, many people think that with the setting up of minimum wage, the business sector will be the biggest victim. But then to a certain extent, the business sector, in particular the SMEs, have indeed been affected to a certain extent. But then the biggest victim actually is the tens of thousands of wage earners who are in the middle ranking group, because there would be some rippling effect if we introduce statutory minimum wage, and for those who might be indirectly affected, they will be those who are just earning slightly above the minimum wage rate. So they would be the low to middle income earners. All right, they are not eligible for minimum wage because they are already earning above that. But then because of the general living expenses that have been pushed up as a result of that, for example, if you go to the Chinese restaurant for a dim sum meal, and if you patronize the Hong Kong style cafe, then they will be directly affected. For instance, if a wage earner who has been earning about 10,000 plus a month, now he's only able to spend up to $8,000 plus a month. And according to what they said, so apparently the money has depreciated overnight. Originally, they should not have belonged to the lowest income earning group. Now they have been reduced to those who are lowest, who are earning the least, and it's very common to find people say that, well, even if you work hard, you will only be able to earn $1,000 more. So why bother? Why don't you just become a watchman? So as a result of statutory minimum wage, there might be some negative impacts. That's why, of course, the administration will also have to be concerned about those who are low to middle income earning. And while the businessmen are making money, we will also have to share the fruits of our success with our employees. I agree that statutory minimum wage would also bring about some obvious benefits. For example, statutory minimum wage will attract many housewives who would be willing to work on a part-time basis, and minimum wage would also help women to return to the labor market. That's why we believe that minimum wage will be able to improve the livelihood of the grassroots, and that would also help ease the situation of poverty in some families. And also for the CSSA applications, that would also come down according to the SWD's figures. As at the end of last month, for those CSSA recipients, we had 271,922 cases. And when compared to last year, shortly before the enactment of the legislation, there was a reduction by some 10,429. And those were related to those who are working and still they're on CSSA. There was a reduction by 22% and 14.8% respectively. So it's believed that that has to do with the introduction of statutory minimum wage, and what you get under SMW will be slightly higher than that under CSSA, and as a result, many people would return to the labor market. So from this, we can see that so long as there is an opportunity, Hong Kong people would be willing to seize the opportunity. They would be more than willing to support themselves and become self-reliant. That's why the DAB has repeatedly urged the administration to develop diversified industries so that there can be more jobs, and then through the secondary distribution of resources, through social security and traveling, transport subsidy and so on, will be able to help resolve the problem of the wealth gap and also the plight of the low-income earners. Mr. Deputy, after updating you on the general situation with regard to the implementation of minimum wage, I'd like to share with you our views on the different motions and amendments. With regard to Mr. K.K. Fung's amendment and also the different amendments, the DAB is not going to support any one of them. The reason is that earlier on, the Minimum Wage Commission already reached a consensus on the minimum wage level. We believe that the rate has been agreed upon between the business sector and the labor sector. We think that we should respect the recommendation of the Commission. These are my remarks.
Kwok-che議員。
Mr. Kwok-che.
今日馮檢基議員。
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Today, Mr. K.K. Fung is proposing to raise the SMW to $33 or above. It is not legally binding. And according to the present mechanism, the SMW revision should be first of all discussed by the MWC and be decided upon eventually by the CE. This is an established mechanism and we respect it. However, SMW at $33 has been the recommendation of society and labor unions. From before we had SMW, the FTU has always asked for SMW to be set at $33. Now we have had SMW for 2 years. The review has been conducted. However, the level still is below $33. Employees are rightly disappointed and are angered. I think it's precisely because of this that Mr. Fung is moving the motion today so as to raise social concern on the demands of the labor sector. The FTU supports the motion moved by Mr. K.K. Fung. Will also strive for having review of SMW once every year so it will be raised to a reasonable level ASAP. Mr. Deputy, to the President. Is $33 a reasonable level for SMW. Frankly speaking, 2 years down the road, it will not be reasonable. This is because the data have shown us that they are lagging behind. If we mention $33 today, in fact, employees will not be able to sustain their families at that level. Now we have high rental, high food prices, and inflation. Employees have to pay more than $33 for lunch. So how can you sustain your family with that kind of SMW? Many residents called me up. Well, in the past, they might be waiting for PRH. They would like to have a quicker allocation of a housing unit because they might be living in subdivided flats or compartmentalized flats. But recently, when residents called me up, mostly they were saying the rental is too high. I cannot withstand the pressure. I have to have housing sooner or else I have nothing left for food. That goes to show that living expenses and rental have a direct impact on employees. In 2008, the FTU proposed to set SMW at $33 so that it will not be lower than 60% of the median income in Hong Kong. We were using 2007 data when we made that proposal, and the median wage was $11,325. And if employees work 8 hours a day for 6 days a week, and if the hourly rate is $33, then it should be basically reasonable. But that should only apply to 2007. If we use data at the end of 2011, according to the quarterly statistics on wages from the CNSD, the median income has risen to $12,977. If we again go for 60%, then the SMW should be set at $37 before it will be reasonable. Compared to the $30 recommendation of the MWC, there is a difference of 20%. A low-income family, if it has a wage which is 20% lower than the median, how can you expect them to sustain the family? Can they pay 80% rent? Can they pay 80% of prices for food? Of course not. Then why are we asking them to get 20% less? Mr. Deputy, SMW has always been suppressed. The main cause is that the business sector objected. The business sector said that the SMW would erode our competitive edge, that there would be a ripple effect, that it will stimulate inflation, etc. But the business sector did not also say that the main difficulty for the operation was higher rental. According to the RVD, at the end of 2008, the rental per square meter at retail space in Kowloon was $1,200, but in August this year it rose to $1,500, or a rise of 25%. However, if you enhance SMW from $28 to $33, the increase will not be measurable to rental increase. In other words, the pressure on business did not come from labor cost, but from rental. If the business sector can say no to employees on SMW, why don't they also come forward and say no to property developers and landowners? But attribute collapse of businesses to labor costs. Mr. Deputy, for SMW to be raised to $33 or above would be reasonable and legitimate. The objective is to give reasonable compensation to people who strive to work hard, so they can live in dignity, so that there will be balanced development in society. However, the business sector always talk like entrepreneurs of a previous age. They would like to milk the employees, and then they can throw away the old and hire the new. That's the same with standard working hours and SMW. We hope the employers can have a new mentality and work for better labor relations. That would help us tackle deep-seated social conflicts. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Lam Tai Fai. Thank you. Mr. Deputy, we heard the MWC recommended to raise the SMW to $30 per hour, but I know that different organizations and individuals in society have different views about this, because adjustment of SMW will have rippling effects on many different things. So we have to exercise caution, and I would appeal for rational debate. Mr. Deputy, I do understand that low-income earners have a difficulty sustaining their livelihood, but the original motion proposes to raise SMW from $28 to $33. The increase is like 18%. I think that is not realistic, that you have no regard for the overall situation. If you ask for that kind of raise, you cannot forge a consensus between employers and employees. According to inflation figures, 2010, 2.4%, 2011, 5.3%. It is expected that it would be 3.7% this year. It is way below the increase proposed by KK Fung. So I cannot see any justification for raising it to $33. Of course, KK Fung has experience operating social enterprises, but I'm sure he is not clear about the difficulties faced by SMEs. Actually, the economy has a lot of undercurrents. There are many uncertainties. There is no impetus in the U.S. economy, and a lot of European countries are entering an era of repression. And even the mainland economy is easing, so the Hong Kong economy is suffering. Let me tell you, in the first 8 months, exports have fared very badly. Compared to the same period last year, the export volume dropped by 18.3%. With increase in costs of rent and raw materials, whether you are in manufacturing or service industry, you operate with high difficulties and the risks are climbing. The administration has rolled out new measures to cool speculation and to suppress property prices. I'm worried that this measure will not even allow SMEs to mortgage their brick and mortar for cash at the banks. So, Mr. KK Fung, apart from being concerned with social enterprises, please also look at the SMEs. Please do not apply your mentality of operating SMEs of social enterprises in order to try to understand the difficulties of SMEs. I have to emphasize that the original objective of SMW is to provide basic livelihood protection and dignity to low-income earners. But SMW should be set or should be subject to a flexible mechanism according to the economic reality. We should not only allow it to go up instead of coming down. There are many labor issues nowadays. Apart from the SMW, we have standard working hours and also paternity leave, which is paid. Actually, the SMEs are under huge pressure. They are afraid that costs will continue to surge and eventually they may have to close shop. Mr. Deputy, you will see that caretakers are no longer old people. They have become very young because employers now go for the young and the energetic because they pay the same rate for labor, and therefore older employees now cannot be retained, and you are pushing up unemployment rate of the aged. And also because of asset test, these people may not qualify for OALA, and they will be able to rely on nothing. And as a matter of fact, there is a ripple effect caused by SMW. The grassroots have a raise, and also the middle income group will also have their wages heightened. Let us look at SMW at $28 and what happened. In the second quarter of 2001. According to government data in 2011, in the second quarter, 20.7% were earning $34, which is higher than 17.5% 1 year ago, and those earning $35 were at 22.9%, higher than the 19.1% 1 year ago. Listening to KK Fung, if the administration will raise it to $33, then I would say that the ripple effect would also extend to those who earn $35 and above, and the SMEs will have even greater pressure heaped on them. So when we set the SMW level, we cannot just look at one figure. We should have comprehensive consideration and analysis of the situation. As for the other amendments, I will not support what Ms. Cyd Ho said, that the electrical can amend it. And also the notice for the effective date to be set. Now, I don't think the electrical should be able to set an amount. I believe the MWC should be the focus of discussion because it will collect views, and I believe that will be the most professional way to do it. But of course, the MWC must strike a balance between the loss of low-income positions and our competitive edge. There must be scientific data to convince both employers and employees to accept a certain SMW level. Please do not force anything through. Mr. Secretary, I'm sure you understand my mentality. You must not force anything through. And employers and employees actually are partners. Employees actually are the biggest asset of employers. But if employers cannot continue to operate, then only the employees would stand to lose and nobody would gain. So I would sound a word of caution. Thank you.
Mr. Tony Chair. Mr. Deputy, since the statutory minimum wage legislation came into effect on the 1st of May last year, it's been 18 months, and Mr. KK Fung is now moving this motion to increase the minimum wage level to at least $33. I find it strange because under the existing legislation, the minimum wage level will be adjusted in accordance with the recommendation by the Minimum Wage Commission, which will be making a recommendation to the CE in Council, who will in turn make the decision. And given the fact that the Commission is a statutory independent commission, and every year it will be making a report to the CE in Council, and whatever recommendation has come from the Commission should be respected. We have to respect the mechanism. We cannot just disregard the Commission. For example, on the 14th of July 2010, if you look at the handset, Mr. KK Fung, on the resumption of second reading debate of the statutory minimum wage ordinance, he said that the Commission, in determining the level of minimum wage, will be playing a very important role, and therefore the composition will have to be widely representative, and also its operation should be open and transparent. He also said that as a legislature with the people's mandate, we should have the power to look at the CE's decision or resolution, and we should support it if it's reasonable, but then we can also oppose to it and make amendments to it, or else if the CE has totally disregarded the views of the Commission, and if he decided to lower the minimum wage rate, then this Council must be able to do something about it. So I think Mr. KK Fung back then supported the establishment of the Commission and the mechanism for the Commission to determine the minimum wage level. But now he has come around and he has completely overturned the mechanism established under which the Commission will be making the recommendation. He is now making the suggestion that the minimum wage level be adjusted to no less than $33. He has totally disregarded the recommendation by the Commission. He has totally disregarded the existing legislation. I think, given the fact that we have an existing mechanism, unless it's fraught with problems, we should respect the operation of the mechanism. Indeed, the mechanism has only been in place for a short period of time. Indeed, in considering the second minimum wage level, I'm sure the Commission has already taken on board the 4 areas of factors, including the overall economic condition, the labor market condition, competitiveness, and also social inclusion. So these are a basket of indicators that the Commission would be looking at. The Commission would definitely have taken into account the experience elsewhere and also the factors to be considered by its counterparts elsewhere. In determining the minimum wage rate, I believe that we have to be very careful and cautious. We will have to consider a variety of factors in order to strike a balance. Therefore, other than the actual rate to be adopted, an effective wage level and also a review mechanism will be equally important. We have to respect the existing objective mechanism, and of course I also agree that if the existing mechanism has any inadequacies, then we can consider how we can enhance it. But then we should not disregard the existing mechanism. We should not just ignore the recommendation made by the Commission. Mr. Deputy, I support that we should have statutory minimum wage so that it will be able to help the needy workers, so that we would prevent excessively low wages, and at the same time we can also prevent the loss of low-income jobs. But then if councillors have totally disregarded this mechanism, and without full justifications, if we just make suggestions on the desired rate, then this approach vis-a-vis the entire community and the wider community, is it really beneficial? And in the end, are we really able to help those who are most in need? So these are things that we have to consider. These are my remarks. Dr. Kwok-che, Mr. Deputy, the legislation on statutory minimum wage has been the result of the hard work by this council and the entire community. But then since its introduction on the 1st of May last year, what we have seen is that there are some positive impacts, and from the welfare sector and also from the labor sector, many are of the view that the situation is like what they had expected. Because initially, when we scrutinized the proposed legislation, some were concerned that minimum wage would definitely push up unemployment rate. I can remember many who were here said that with minimum wage, then some 200 to 400,000 people will be losing their jobs. There are many bosses who are in the chambers. And since October last year, if you look at the unemployment rate, well, since the introduction of the statutory minimum wage, the unemployment rate has come down from 3.4% to 3.2%, which is the latest figure. And if you look at the total labor force, that actually changed from 3.63 million to 3.64 million. So there was an increase by some 13,000 jobs. And for the labor force, we are actually talking about some 3.74 up to 3.767. So we're talking about an increase by some 21,000. So the argument that is going to push up unemployment rate is totally unfounded. We have not seen a wave of closures. Actually, with the introduction of statutory minimum wage, many low-income families have been assisted. For example, for somebody who is a security guard, if he's working for an SME, all right, Tommy Cheung is not here, but then for his constituents, well, the workers who are cleaners and who are waiters and so on, they have all benefited from SMW. And if you look at their wage rise, that range from 10 to 20%. That's right. In the HKCSS, well, on the 14th this month, is going to organize an event. It has just released a latest report on the population in poverty. well, that has come down to some 17.1%. There is a significant drop. And when you try to analyze the figures, we have to admit that statutory minimum wage has directly impacted on this for those working poor and the population in poverty. There was a substantial improvement. Some query how we can set the statutory minimum wage at a level whereby those at the lower rung of society will be able to benefit from it. In fact, there are arguments under the ILO, 131, Article 3. It says that in setting the level of a minimum wage, other than considering the economic situation and the state of development, we will also have to look at the living or the daily needs of the working class. And in Hong Kong, we have about 200,000 families living in poverty, and some 60% of the poor families, they will have to support at least one elder or one kid. In other words, we're talking about some 130,000, and some 30,000 will have to take care of elders in their family, and over 100,000 will have to take care of children in their families. That's why for those in the lower rung of society, they are not just it's not just the families themselves that will be assisted by statutory minimum wage. They will also be able to support their elders and young in a family. Well, in this council, we have talked a lot about how we can respect the old and take care of the young. But then many might not have been aware, and in particular those from the business sector. Many grassroots families, well, you're talking about $50, $60 for a whole day's expenses. And for these children who grow up in these families, in terms of their dietary intake, well, according to some local studies, it's been pointed out that their situation is rather worrying. And if you look at their growth and development, that has been directly affected. Well, the administration might say that we have got food banks, and these would also help them. But then it's a distant water that cannot put out a near fire. And what we need is that there should be a reasonable minimum wage so that these families will be able to live in dignity. And there should also be a reasonable compensation for workers. And in places where there are statutory minimum wage, well, it's been in place for a while, and some might wonder whether SMEs might be affected. Well, as some colleagues have said, and I hope that the business sector will be fair to them. Well, up till now, the biggest impact would be the ever-rising rentals. And in Hong Kong, whether you're talking about office accommodation or shop premises, the rentals rank in the top few in the world. That has seriously affected our SMEs and even large consortia. On one occasion, I was discussing with Michael Tien, and he said that the biggest impact would come from high rentals, and therefore we have to be more focused on this, and we will have to do something about it so that office rentals and also shop rentals will not run wild. And then for the grassroots, we have to give them a chance to be lifted out of poverty. In fact, in the last 10 years, if we look at the wealth gap, the ratio has gone up. For example, it's gone up from 3.1 to 3.5, and for the richest and also the lowest income families, if we look at the income differential, is widening. And that is also a factor directly attributing to the conflict between the different sectors of the community, and they are having more and more conflicts, and that's also a disharmonizing factor. And if we are not able to make sure that minimum wage rate can be adjusted appropriately, then the impact would become more serious. The most important thing is to ensure that the rate will have to be able to catch up with inflation. And we base the current rate on the second quarter data of 2009, and it should have been $32.8 today, or else it will not be able to catch up with inflation, and therefore I think it's time for us to adjust it to $33.
Mr. Albert Ho, Deputy, I'd like to thank Mr. K.K. Fung for moving this motion debate today. Let us look at the past year or so. After we have had SMW, we can see that the grassroots have had their income increased. The Secretary said that the policy has run smoothly. The unemployment rate has gone down, and the CSSA applications have also come down, and the overall economy is still expected to grow. So you can see that after we have had SMW, the worries of the business sector did not come to transpire. They said that there would be a closure tide amongst SMEs. They said that our competitiveness would suffer, but that has not come to pass. You can see that New Zealand has had SMW starting from the 1890s, and then Australia, Europe, and US have had SMW for up to 100 years. And you can see that these countries have developed their economies very well. So you can see that a sound labor legislation and social security measures are the essential social investments to ensure continued improvements. We must make sure that both employers and employees can share in the fruits of economic development. Only by so doing can there be sustained stability in society, and for society to sustain its competitive edge. That is why we support the SMW system and policy. In this debate today, Mr. KK Fung has put forward 2 demands, and we support them. A review every year is in line with international practice. Even if you look at Hong Kong, civil servants have their pay reviewed every year. Then why is it that we would review SMW for grassroots workers only once every 2 years? This is not fair or reasonable. As many colleagues from the labor sector have said, the figure of $33 was recommended 2-3 years ago, but it was not accepted. And the MWC proposed the SMW at $28, and that was 1.5 years ago, but then the DP had already set 33 at that time. The base figure is not high at all. If you look at the consumer price index, it's at a high level if you work 10 hours a day. And if you have just $30 an hour, in other words, you get only $300 every day. Discounting meal breaks, and also if you have to travel far to work, then every day the take-home pay would just be like $200. If it is increased to $33, we don't think it is a high figure at all. We have to have regard to basic living expenses. You understand, medium wage in 2011 was 12,800, and if you calculate from there, and I think $33 is absolutely reasonable. And of course, for some labor unions, it's still at the low level. If it's set at $33, then 518,000 low-income earners would benefit. It is good for society as a whole, and the social atmosphere will improve. So the DP supports the motion moved by KK Fung. As for Ms. Cyd Ho's proposal to have the power to amend the notice, and that is to give back to the legislature its rightful or legitimate vetting power. This is right. But then some newcomers said that we have had the mechanism which has not been up and running for too long. Why do we want to revise the mechanism and give rise to controversy? Well, actually, when we debated and vetted the ordinance, there was already this big dispute. When bylaws come to the legislature, we should have the power to vet them that should be the order of the day. But I think the SMWO has abnormally deprived LegCo of its vetting power. Well, the administration says that the MWC provides the data, but do they have any meaning? The data could be presented to Tommy Cheung and Lee Cheuk-yen, and they can draw different conclusions. They do not have a criterion for doing the calculation. They do not have a formula, so the data are only good for reference. And as Ms. Cyd Ho said, the final decision would be some kind of political judgment. If that's the case, why don't you give the legislature the power where there is a relatively high degree of representativeness? Why do you want to give it to an appointed MWC and a CE who is returned by 1,200 people? I believe LegCo should have that power. I also agree with Fernando Cheung that there should be wage subsidies for PWDs who are assessed to have low productivity. I think that is something good, because this is not a welfare policy, it's a labor policy. Money that might go to CSSA would now go for supporting PWDs at work so they enjoy dignity at work, so they derive pleasure from work, and so that they have a better life because they have a job. I can't see that it is going to be expensive. Even if it is expensive, I think it's worth our while to do it. And I would encourage the business sector to hire more PWDs. We support Cheung Kwok-che's amendment as well. Please stop to speak because your time is up. Wong Kwok-hing. Mr. Deputy, first of all, I'd like to thank Mr. K.K. Fung for moving the motion. As our colleague said, we would support the motion moved by K.K. Fung. SMW has been implemented for a few years. We can see a positive impact. At the time of legislating for SMW, Mr. Tommy Cheung, who, yes, he proposed $20, didn't he? That goes to show that some of the business sector have been worried, and of course those worries have been blown up by Mr. Tommy Cheung. He has resorted to scaremongering, and he said that that would mean the end of the world for them. But we are happy that what Mr. Tommy Cheung projected did not come to pass. So I'd still like to quote from him to compare that with reality, first of all. At first, the business sector said that SMW would add to operating costs of businesses. If there would be an SMW, many enterprises would close down and there would be dismissal of employees. But reality shows us that the unemployment rate has been maintained at 3.2% to 3.4%, and more middle-aged people are working. The fact says all. And secondly, they said that the SMW level would become the highest wage level, and employers would not want to pay more to hire people. But the fact is, as such prophecies did not materialize, many grassroots positions are attracting a pay higher than the SMW so that people would be happy to work in those positions. And that goes to show that this scaremongering tactic was not supported or backed by facts. Number three, they also said then that with the SMW, since wages would go up, prices would be inflated, and the whole society would stand to lose because inflation would be caused by SMW. It's true that we have had serious inflation in the past 2 years, Mr. Deputy, but then the main contributing factor was not the SMW, but rather hefty rental increases, especially by Link REIT. And also, we could see that imported raw materials and food ingredients have become more expensive, and renminbi has appreciated. All that have had a negative impact on inflation, but then none of that could be attributed to SMW. Last but not least, we can see some positive impact from having SMW, and that is in the past 2 years, the poor population has gone down. According to Hong Kong CSS, in 2011, in the latter half of that year, low-income earners had their wages increased. The 3 groups of low-income earners have had wage increases at levels of 8.7%, 6.9%, and also 9.3%. This is all because an SMW level has been implemented, so the lot has improved. This is a good situation. It is also an undisputed fact. And according to government data, as at the end of August this year, CSSA applications have gone down on a continuous basis. This is because with the SMW, more people are working. And those who get CSSA because of unemployment has come down from 34,120 in September 2009 to 25,070 at the end of August this year, or a quarter, or 25% decrease in just 3 years. That goes to show that the implementation of SMW has a positive impact on society. I don't know whether Mr. Tommy Cheung would admit to these undisputed facts and figures. Therefore, we can see that the SMW has contributed to alleviating the plight of the working poor. Mr. Deputy, we should have a review once every year. It is said that the SMW will go up to $30, but then it will be implemented only in May next year. If it would indeed be implemented, the basis would be figures for last year. In other words, from the time of information gathering to the implementation period, there will be a gap of 3 years. It is not something good for either employers or employees. If we have a review every year, I believe that would be more reasonable. As for the amendment motions, we have the following analysis. Ms. Cyd Ho, we would not support her amendment. We believe the MWC is staffed by employers, employees, academics, and officials. That is a good platform for having discussions. We should respect that platform for having discussions. As for Fernando Cheung, it has the same starting point as the FTU, and that is to help the working poor. If PWDs do not get SMW, they should be subsidized by government. We believe it is very reasonable. As for Cheung Kwok-che's amendment, we believe the direction is conducive to increasing the level of SMW to be set by the MWC so that it will be more acceptable to society. So we are going to support the amendment by Cheung Kwok-che. Undoubtedly, this discussion seeks to respond to what was said and the controversies at the time of SMW.
Mr. Leung Yu-chung. Mr. Deputy, today, Mr. Frederick Fung has moved to raise the minimum wage level to $33. Well, that attracted a lot of criticisms from members, mainly on 2 aspects. Now, some say that we already have the Minimum Wage Commission and that the recommendation be put forward to our Chief Executive, and there is no need to move this motion here. I want to say that over the past period of time, well, the labor unions have been contacted to seek views. However, the MWC has never come to our council and seek our views as representatives of the labor sector. Why weren't we given an opportunity to express our views? Why is it that as we represent the people, we have yet to be given a chance to express our view? So we should look at what we should really do in this council. We should not say that just because there is the MWC, we should just sit on our hands and do nothing. I think the chief executive should also listen to us as well. Mr. Frederick Fung also moved this motion, and some members criticized him for setting this level so high, and that the SMEs will be impacted upon. And I'd like to ask members, do you know how much a breakfast in a fast food shop costs? It's 25, 26, 27. For lunch, it's over $30. It's 35 usually. You can't get a decent meal for $30. That means having worked for an hour, you won't get enough money to buy a meal. So let's think about it. You work for an hour and yet the money is not enough for you to have a meal. What kind of world are we living in? Members said that this level is too high. Well, in particular, Dr. Lam Tai Fai said that the $33 is above the inflation rate. Well, you talked about the figures, and it was for the whole year, but the figures that we talk about won't be implemented until May next year, and it's for 2 years, which means that the overall increase will be 7.1% over the next 2 years. So $33 is a mild and even conservative proposal. It can't even help improve living standard. When we set the statutory minimum wage rate, the purpose is to improve the livelihood of the working poor. Mr. C.Y. Leung, who gets support from a lot of our members, he also said that the purpose of these SMW is to help the working poor. This is the most important thing. Why haven't you attached importance to that? Why haven't you thought about that? You talked about the economic environment and inflation, and you put the blame on SMW. Have you ever thought of the profit, which is being profit of employers, which is being eroded? And this has to do with high rentals. The administration suppresses any wage increase rather than tackling the problem of high rentals. Now, C.Y. Leung also said this. He said, quote, the nature of the working poor in Hong Kong is that we do not, even if we do not compare with others, even if we only compare with ourselves, we're doing worse every year. So SMW rate of $30 is actually getting worse than before, because we can't catch up with inflation, and essentially that means we're doing worse. And on this basis, I hope members would give this a thought. You may not find any problem with buying a meal at a couple of $dozen, but in fact, for some earning SMW rate, they can't even afford a meal. And we're talking about one review every 2 years, and we're proposing that there should be an annual review, and the Secretary said that if necessary, review could be conducted more frequently. However, who will define what is meant by when necessary? If we don't have an objective standard, then a review may be conducted at a time of your liking. You're still waiting for review in every 2 years. It's been 1.5 years since the rate of $28 was set, and we're talking about the time lag here. Annual review is necessary. Now, the other point about disabled employees, as raised by me before, is that when the rate doesn't reach 50% of the SMW, the government should subsidize them. On the one hand, it can save expenditure on CSSA. On the other hand, it will also encourage the disabled to be included in our society. You won't lose anything. You might even get something out of it, which means you won't be able to pay so much for CSSA. So this is a win-win situation. Secretary, I hope that you will carefully think about this proposal of offering wage subsidy for disabled employees. Lastly, I hope that members could support Mr. Frederick Fung's proposed $33 in order to improve our standards of living. Mr. Tommy Cheung, Mr. Deputy. Now, Mr. Cheung Kwok-che gave his speech and left right away. He didn't listen to my speech. He didn't read my website. So it's sometimes difficult to communicate with him. According to the survey conducted by the catering industry, 36 respondents had over 8 branches, and when if the SMW is adjusted to $33, then the knock-on effect is that the wage cost will increase by 13%, and for the catering industry, the overall profit will decrease by 3.7%. The catering industry in Hong Kong is not making big profits. According to the statistics of $5.6% profit in 2010, minus this 3.7%, and also depreciation and a tax rate of 4%, the net profit will stand at minus 2.1%. That means the catering industry will not be able to withstand the impact of SMW at $33. In fact, the MWC did not draw reference from the example in UK, and that is an increase from 28 to 33 to $30 would mean that there'll be an increase of 7% for 320,000 employees in Hong Kong, which accounts for 11.7% of the overall labor force in Hong Kong. Comparing to the impact in 2011, the percentage was just 11.3%, and it was very aggressive and it was very ambitious, and I can foresee a ripple effect, and some 30% of the people in the industry will be affected, and there will also be impact on jobs at different levels, because close to 50% of employees will get a pay rise, which will cause an increase in wage costs. And in turn, the operating costs and also the insurance costs and the prices will all go up. In 2011, in May, when the SMW was implemented, the economy was good, and there was also the IVS arrangement bring about, and also the $6,000 cash handout. And Professor Loy in May had an article in the Economic Journal. He said that some factors were in place, and the impact of SMW was actually downplayed. Actually, between May 2011 and March 2012, comparing to the previous 11 months, the business had gone up by 5.5%. However, having deducted the operating costs, half of the companies have actually had a pre-tax profit of or reduction in pre-tax profit of 2.2%. And comparing to the same period, the drop or the decrease of was 1.1%, and 42% of the companies said that they would stop any expansion plan, and some companies also said that they won't get any renewal on their lease. It shows a reduction in the investment sentiment. Some companies also opined that they have adopted different measures to offset the impact of SMW. And these were measures like streamlining the procedure or cutting down on menus. Well, apart from Mr. Lee Cheuk-yen, FTU also made these kind of remarks. According to the government statistics, for the catering industry, over the past 5 years, rental only accounted for 12 to 14% of our total expenditure. So it's a huge difference from the 30 to 60% as suggested by the labor unions. If the labor unions are talking about the some businesses in the catering industry, this is just individual example. According to the statistics in 2010, the wage turnover ratio was just 27.8%. So the problem of rentals will appear in renewal of leases, but it only happens once every 3 years. However, because of the SMW, the catering industry is finding it hard to operate. In fact, according to a survey, some 600 restaurants will close down. Well, some may say that one restaurant may close, another restaurant may open. The overall licenses issued to restaurants and shops have not reduced, but this the SMW affects startup companies, and the room for SME survival is getting smaller. And in the coming year, the government may not distribute another $6,000. The IVS, tourists coming under the IVS may be less, and also the economic will also slow down. The real impact of SMW may soon reappear. So I oppose the motion as well as all the amendments. Mrs. Regina Yip.
President, I'm speaking against the motion moved by Mr. K.K. Fung and most of the amendments. President, 2 years ago, this Council, after a marathon debate, passed the statutory minimum wage ordinance, and I was in support of that at the time. I also supported the initiative to have an annual review, and before the enactment of the legislation, there were different voices in the community, and of course I also received different views from the academics, from financial advisors or economists, and they were of the view that with statutory minimum wage, there would be some impact on the SMEs and business operations. Despite all that, I supported the introduction of the legislation because I agree that the rationale behind this piece of legislation is to ensure that the weakest sector in the community, there would be a wage floor. So that is to set the wage floor for the most disadvantaged group in the community, and as a consumer and as an employer, we can imagine that for the services that we need, for example, building management services, cleansing services, or even if we just have a quick meal at a Hong Kong style cafe, prices would go up. Indeed, that was the case. For example, management fee of the building and also the Hong Kong style cafes that we patronize in our daily life. Well, the prices have gone up, but then I would be more than happy to pay for the slightly higher prices, because that would ensure that our lowest income workers will be able to get the minimum level of protection. And according to the ILO, well, minimum wage is supposed to be a wage floor. It's not supposed to be a living wage. It's not to ensure that they'll be able to lead a certain level of life or standard of life or living. And therefore, the two concepts should be separated. And before we have this debate, there were some groups coming to tell us that we should have a living wage, and for a worker making a living, he should be able to support a family of 2 or 3. I don't think that should be the case, because that would be equalism, and that would be a contravention of our long-standing practice of allowing market forces to come into play. And therefore, I believe that setting it at $28 a year ago was reasonable, because if we set it at too high a level, then it's not just the Hong Kong or Chinese restaurants, as mentioned by Mr. Cheung, that will suffer. Many establishments will also suffer. And I've also checked with some international practice with regard to the review cycle. In the US, for the federal wage review mechanism, well, all right, they would only do it once every few years, and the latest one was in 2007, and they legislated on it. And there was a 3-stage implementation package, and then out of the 50 states, 26 would review it once a year. And then for those that have an annual review, it's like what we think in the New People's Party, it should be adjusted in line with inflation, and it's automatic. So it's not a review per se. It's calculated in accordance with inflation rate, and it's objective. We believe that is appropriate, because in doing so, we'll be able to maintain the real value of statutory minimum wage. And if we look deeper in our review, if we want to substantially change it, then in many overseas countries, they will have to consider a basket of factors. Other than inflation, consumer price index, they will also have to look at the overall impact on the economy. And of course, there are views from the stakeholders and so on. And therefore, I believe that if we were to have an in-depth review, we should wait till after a while, after SMW has been in place for a longer period of time. We will have to look at the impact of SMW before we review it. We should not just hastily adjust it very substantially, and therefore the New People's Party is in favor of this automatic mechanism whereby SMW will be adjusted for inflation every year. And if there were to be a more in-depth review, we will have to look at a basket of factors, and that should be done later. And in the UK, for example, they also have regular reviews and adjustments. But then let's not forget that in the UK, they had 4 types of minimum wage for those over 21 adult workers, and those who are developing workers, 18 to 20, and then for the 16-year-old, 17-year-old, there is another wage, and then for the apprentice, there would also be another wage, and that's to minimize the impact on the economy. And also in the labor market, if the wage rate is set at too high a level, that would only affect the workers. And also with regard to Dr. Fernando Cheung's amendment, I understand that it's out of good intention, because he's trying to help the disabled. But then I'm concerned that that might in the end hurt the disabled workers, because if you ask the administration to offer a subsidy, and of course the administration will have to agree before we can do it, to ensure that disabled workers will be able to enjoy the same wage as their able-bodied counterparts. But then to do this, and if the administration agrees to offer subsidies to disabled workers, then would it mean that disabled workers will be even less interested? They will be that will serve as a disincentive for them to improve their productivity, and that would be one form of reverse protection, and they will lose the incentive to improve their working ability. As regards the amendment moved by Mr. Peter Cheung, he's of the view that the Commission should include representatives nominated by labor groups. And I think the administration will have to explain to us, in establishing the Minimum Wage Commission, how did it get to appoint the members? Would it be like the Labour Advisory Committee or Labour Advisory Board, or is it like the usual practice in appointing members to advisory committees or advisory bodies, so as to ensure that the commission members will be appointed in their personal capacity so that they can be independent in offering their views. I hope that the Secretary will give us a further explanation. But then to rigidly require that there should be an annual review or to adjust it to about $33 an hour, I'm concerned that the impact on the SMEs might be too big, and therefore I find it difficult to support. Mr. Yu Si-wing. President, concerning the minimum wage ordinance that came into effect on the 1st of May last year. So by now it's almost 1.5 years. And for the first statutory minimum wage, it was set at $28 an hour. I believe that SMW can indeed protect the low-income earners so that they can get a reasonable rate, so that there would be some form of protection for their living. And according to press reports on the 25th of September from the academics and also from the commission constituted by representatives from different stakeholders, they proposed to increase it to $30, and that would represent an increase by some 7.1%. In other words, some 327,000 workers will be able to see a pay rise, and that will be implemented next year. That is a very sensitive issue, and despite the controversy, they've been able to adopt a rational attitude in coming to this consensus. Hong Kong is an external oriented economy, and there are a lot of uncertainties right now, and as a result, many related industries, including travel agencies, hotels, eateries, traffic, and also tourist attractions, and also entertainment establishments, they are beginning to see or feel the impact. And also rentals have gone up very substantially in recent years, and the expenditure of various industries has also gone up, and therefore the business environment is getting more difficult. And if wages are going to be increased unreasonably, then that would only add frost to snow. Well, President, we have some 1,600 travel agencies. Most of them are SMEs, and at present, many companies, in order to save costs, they, other than the fact that many employers will have to do different jobs, and they will also have to take up different jobs together with their employees, and they will have to liaise with clients, they will have to arrange for itineraries, and they will also have to be tour leaders. And if statutory minimum wage is to be increased unreasonably, then some companies, because they are not able to increase SMWs, and they are not able to attract the best person to fill the jobs, and as a result, they will have to downsize. Some companies will try to lay off staff in order to cut costs. Some actually may have to close down as a result of that. On top of that, hotels, the air travel industry or the aviation industry, well, with the implementation of SMW, many jobs have not been filled, and therefore the manpower situation is very tight, and as a result, they have not been able to reduce fares in order to, and they can only cut costs in order to reduce their expenses. In the short run, inflation will go up, and that would also affect our competitiveness in the region. I believe that the policy on SMW will be able to help the workers to get reasonable wages, but then at the same time, the administration would also have to balance it against the interests of the employers and employees in order to achieve a win-win situation, including the consumers. They will also have to win. That will ensure that the policy can be implemented effectively. That's why to setting SMW at a reasonable level will be very important to our community. That would have a positive impact, or else it will only bring about unforeseen harm that might damage all of us. I would support the recommendation by the Commission, but then I do not agree that SMW should be increased to $33 or above. At the same time, I would also vote against the proposal to reduce the review cycle from 2 years to 1 year. These are my remarks.
Mr. Andrew Leung. Mr. President, the SMW has been with us for 1.5 years only. Its impact on the economy and the labor market has not been known fully, and I think it is not appropriate for us to rush into legislative amendments. The SMW is an important policy. Society needs time to adapt to it and also to investigate into its impact before the administration has got all the data about its economic effect, including the ripple effect, the wage increase, etc., and also SME affordability. We should not rush into enhancing SMW or to bring in major amendments to the law. Starting from 2009, when LegCo started to discuss the Blue Bill on SMW, I emphasized already that to ensure that the SMW will be set at an objective level, there must be a commission set up by employers, employees, and academics so it can objectively set the level. I emphasized only projection made on the basis of objective data will give us an objective SMW level. The legislative objective is such, as I said, and the business sector has emphasized time and again, that to allow the legislature to amend the level proposed by the MWC would mean the SMW would become the bone of contention for a political legislature. And the business sector, of course, would ask the SMW to be lowered to the level of affordability for the businesses, and then in the end, it will be a chip for people to gain political currency. I have emphasized time and again that wages should be the compensation for work done. Therefore, in the 2010 legislation, we have said that the MWC must prevent a situation where the wages would be excessively low, and also to prevent the loss of low-income jobs, and also to preserve Hong Kong's competitiveness. The MWC also has to consider a basket of indicators. When the administration sets the SMW, the CNSD would have to use a lot of data, and the government economist will have to do the analysis, and all the information should be made open. However, the administration has not done its job. It has only provided the data to the Commission, not to the public. So the public cannot make a comparison, and there is no way for us to discuss anything. The Commission worked behind closed doors and came out with a recommendation. The business sector would like to have more data, but now we reluctantly accept the level proposed by the Commission, and that is $30. Since there is this mechanism, we have to follow the rule. I don't understand why lawmakers would like to propose a higher level. I believe we should respect the view of the Commission. As for an annual review, at the Bills Committee that was discussed for long, the SMW is the minimum. I don't think it should be subject to annual review. Moreover, you must have all the data. At least you have to have data for the entire year before you can know the impact on different sectors during the peak and non-peak seasons, and then we can compare the data at the pre-legislative era, including inflation data, so that you can have an objective level. When the Labour Party in UK set down the SMW, they did detailed economic analysis, and then it raised the SMW very gradually so as to reduce the impact on less competitive workers. As to whether PWDs should be exempted, during the scrutiny of the bill, we spent 4 meetings on that, but then there was still discrepancy. Many PWD representative organizations and parents were worried that PWDs would not be able to get a job after the SMW is set, and they said that they should be exempted from the purview of the law. Some people said, like Mr. Fernando Cheung, that their jobs should be protected and there should be a wage subsidy for PWDs so that they earn the same SMW as other people. However, the majority view is that the legislation should not accept the present job opportunity of PWDs, so they can still remain in the labor market, that they're still in touch with society, that they can still get a job with their own ability. Many workers in SMEs have told me that if the administration would further legislate to say that if PWDs are dismissed because of productivity assessment. Now, these employers are afraid that they would be caught by the law, and in the end, they would shy away from hiring PWDs. That would mean a direct impact on PWD job opportunities. I don't think that's something Mr. Fernando Cheung would like to see. So today, whether it be the motion or the amendment, actually all those had been discussed in detail at the Bills Committee. Mr. Fernando Cheung was not a member at the time, but the other members were members of the Bills Committee. Their proposals today went against the legislation which received a third reading on the 17th of July 2010. They are actually arguing against the voting result on the very same day. However, the legislation has been arrived at after detailed discussion amongst members and is a product of mutual respect and mutual accommodation. Now, the economy is in an uncertain state, and SMW has been with us for less than 2 years. I believe any changes would only bring about a big blow to the economy. In the last year, we have seen that a lot of young people have become caretakers or construction workers. That's good for the industries. However, what about the manufacturing and logistics industries? They do not see a lot of young people joining them. There is this danger of a gap for such industries. I hope you will rely on objective data in setting the SMW. Thank you. Mr. Frankie Yik. Mr. President, last year we implemented SMW, and grassroots workers were actually being switched from one trade to another. Caretaking or security industry became very popular, but as Mr. Andrew Leung said, the logistics industry and manufacturing industry lost a lot of workers. And my trade has been complaining to me that they have been meeting difficulties in hiring people. The logistics industry has been hit by the financial tsunami. Many lorry drivers have changed trade. The freight industry became better with a prospect. Some of them came back. However, even if lorry drivers have received a salary higher than SMW, there was a high wastage rate with the implementation of SMW. Many drivers preferred more comfortable, more stable jobs. The situation is particularly serious with cross-boundary truck drivers. There had been a wage increase, and then there was a free training, but then nobody wanted them. And the drivers' fleet is getting old. About half of them are between the age of 50 and 59, and they would retire soon. And also the freight industry is not seen to be something with a good prospect. So there is a big shortage of drivers. There are container trucks lying idle because there are no drivers. There are a few thousand such trucks lying idle. We had been famous for transportation safety and good service. However, the efficiency has suffered because of a lack of manpower, and delays have come to pass. A lot of the freight has gone to Yantian and Shekou in Shenzhen. So this shortage of manpower has plagued the industry. If SMW will be heightened, it will only deepen our difficulties. In 2016, the Macau-Zhuhai-Hong Kong Bridge would be commissioned and the pie will be enlarged. However, Hong Kong will not stand to benefit. As a matter of fact, the logistics industry is facing a lot of fierce competition from Shenzhen. Shenzhen Container Port is chasing up fast, and it can easily take over Hong Kong. The global economy is suffering, and there will be less freight going around. Therefore, the logistics industry in Hong Kong is facing huge challenge. There have been rising in costs in terms of insurance, fuel costs, maintenance, and repair. However, to preserve our clientele, the industry dare not transfer the cost to the shippers. Plus, there are uncertainties in the external economy, and the mainland economy is easing. There will be another blow done to the logistics industry. If at this stage we further hike the SMW, that would only add to the difficulties of the industry. The SMEs in the industry really cannot do but try to attract talents with a higher pay, and in the end there will be a wave of collapse amongst these SMEs, and we would lose our competitive edge. The SMW is now set at 28. However, the market adjustment is such that the SMW is way above $28. So the logistics and transportation trade is of the view that given the shape of the economy, we should preserve the SMW at the present level. It should be decided by the market. And in fact, this is also tallied by certain surveys. The CTU released a report in May to show that 60% of the interviewees agreed that $28 is a reasonable level for SMW, and 77% objected that SMW should be heightened when the economy is taking a downturn. So Hong Kong employees understand that a very high SMW would be counterproductive because jobs would be lost. The trade is of the view that 5 to 8% of our business volume has been lost because of SMW, and 100 companies have closed. The Commission is proposing to heighten the SMW to $30, and the increase is by 7.1%. If it is indeed endorsed, I'm sure the freight and transportation industry will continue to shrink. If it is to be raised to $33 or by 18%, I really cannot imagine how many enterprises would just have to close down. As for annual reviews, we cannot support it. Last year, since the start of the SMW, we have had 1 year or so, but then the problems that have arisen have not been totally resolved. Now, there is this biannual review. The administration and the Commission has started the review in September, so we can have a new level set for May next year. If there will be an annual review, in other words, once a new level is set, it should start to do another review immediately. I really doubt whether you can grasp all the economic data, because you will only worsen the problem, and there will be unimaginable disasters done to the industry, and nobody will stand to gain. When there are operating difficulties, when there is a shortage of manpower, the forwarding industry just does not want to have any change done to the SMW system. Thank you.
Mr. Cheung Kwok-che. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the statutory minimum wage is set at $28. After the implementation of the minimum wage ordinance, the grassroots level have enjoyed a higher level of wage. This is what we are happy to see. After implementation of the SMW, the rich has largely been unaffected, but the grassroots also had their livelihood improved. However, for the middle class, they were affected the most, and few spoke on their behalf. Well, it's true that SMW helped raise the wages for grassroots, but because of the increased operating costs of SMEs, these extra costs have been transferred to prices, and the middle class is the most affected group. For property owners, since the implementation of SMW, they had to pay out more for the cleaning fees, management fees, and so on. And there are over 1 million property owners. For a middle class, a meal out would cost them $30 to $40 when it used to be $20 or so. And 1 year ago, the basic salary for a worker was $5,900, and after SMW it jumped to $6,900 with an increase of 170%. If the with an increase of 17%. Now, if the level is set as $33 then the increase will be 17.9% or close to 18%. Over the past 2 years, in 2010, the inflation rate was around 2.4%. Last year, it was 5.3%. And as in September this year, the rate was 3.9%. And if every year the minimum wage has been increased by 17 or 18%, it is very unreasonable. Now, if the level is set as $30, the increase will be 7.1% only, which is more reasonable. If we ask for drastic increases, then SMEs will have no alternative but to transfer the extra or shift the extra burden onto consumers. And in the end, it will become a vicious cycle. And grassroots workers might not benefit from it after all. Some jobs may be more obnoxious, or they may involve heavy labor like cleaning, dishwashing, and street sweeping, and so on. And not many people would like to take on these jobs, and employers have found it difficult to hire people. And the Labor Department recently has posted an advertisement, and for a waiter in a Chinese restaurant, it has offered a salary of $11,000, and yet the restaurant hasn't been able to hire people. And in order to attract recruits, the restaurants may have to offer higher salaries. And there are different measures to offset this extra cost. For example, the company may be downsized, and they may choose to make the procedures to adopt automatic procedures so as to save labor costs. The Liberal Party thinks that the SMW is a double-bladed sword. On the one hand, it can forestall excessively low wages. But on the other hand, it also has its shortcomings. If the rate is not set properly, the middle class and SMEs will face the pressure, and we need to take care of the middle class. As there are employers as well as employees among the middle class, I think there should be representatives from the middle class, because they are also subject to this impact, and there should be a voice from the middle class in this committee, in the MWC. And there should not be a huge impact on other classes like the middle class in particular. Mr. Alan Leung. Mr. President, whether we should legislate for statutory minimum wage, 2 years ago, the relevant ordinance was passed, and with social consensus, the SMW has been implemented for 2 years already. And today, we need to ensure that the original legislative effect can sustain. Now, on Mr. Fung's original motion and the several amendments moved by members, the Civic Party supports all of them. 2 years ago, when we had a debate on the minimum wage ordinance, we already made our party's position clear, so we're just supporting our own position. Members may recall that when we dealt with a smoking ban in restaurants in the past, when we touch upon these issues, members representing the industries or the business sectors would quote some very scary figures. I recall that when we were debating on minimum wage, the business sector said that after implementation of the SMW, many enterprises will have to close down, and this will lead to a serious unemployment problem. But, Mr. President, according to the recent announcement, the unemployment rate in Hong Kong is only standing at 3.3%, and after the SMW has been implemented for 1 year, this unemployment rate has remained low. Of course, we heard the concerns of the business sector. We respect them. However, after the actual implementation, we see that the business sector has been over-worried. The Civic Party supports SMW as a protection for the low-paid employees. And from members' speeches, including members from the business sector, it can be confirmed that after SMW has been implemented for over a year, many grassroots workers were given this protection, which was our intention through legislation. According to various data, in jobs like security and cleaning, they got a pay rise. They got the protection. Mr. President, as for annual review, the Civic Party is also in support of it, mainly because we wanted the SMW to be set at a lower level. However, the reason was that we did not want to see this policy objective not being implemented because of the time lag effect. In fact, this might benefit both employers as well as employees, because the robust economy may not be able to sustain, and employers may also benefit from an annual review so that they will not be affected by the time lag under the mechanism, and as a result, they wouldn't be able to adjust their operating costs in times of economic downturn. So the Civic Party maintains our position, which had been stated during the scrutiny of the MWO. We support annual review of the SMW rate to minimize the time lag effect. Mr. President, during the second and third reading of the bill, I also showed my concern about disabled employees under the SMW, because they would be subject to productivity assessment, and the result would form the basis on which they receive a discount of the SMW. And there is no appeal and review mechanism for this productivity assessment. It is very it is unfavorable for the disabled employees. The Civic Party thinks that the government should set up a wage subsidy system under which the government provides subsidies to make up for the shortfalls in minimum wage for PWDs, so that employees with disabilities can receive the same treatment as able-bodied employees. so that a safety net could be provided for employees with disabilities to be financially independent. The Civic Party supports the original motion as well as the 3 amendments.
Mr. Ng Sing. President, introducing legislation to set statutory minimum wage is to protect the low-income or low-wage earners, to ensure that they'll get a wage floor, and that was introduced in May last year. And then it was decided that in the first year it would be set at $28 an hour, and during the past year or so, the economy did not experience very large-scale fluctuation. That's because for infrastructure, the development has been steady, and also for the IVS and also other developments, they have been rather steady, and therefore unemployment rate remained steady and is low. But then one phenomenon has emerged, that is for the older workers, they will lose their jobs, and then in the construction sector, they have also found it difficult to hire more helping hands. And for the low-income earners, yes, they are making more money, and according to the HKCSS, and they responded to the CNS department's release of the household survey conducted last year. And for those living in poverty, 17.1%, and about 1.15 million people are living in poverty, and that's the lowest in 15 years. And they are of the view that statutory minimum wage has eased the situation of poverty. But then for elderly living in poverty, the number has gone up. It's about 280,000 people. The policy on SMW is quite likely to affect elderly workers and their chances to find jobs, and as a result, elderly poverty rate is still on the high side. That's why last night we've been discussing the issue of OALA. And actually, OALA has arisen from the issue of elderly poverty, and some 600 Chinese-style cafes have to close down in the past year or so. And they're experiencing difficulty because of the escalating rentals, and also SMW is also one of the factors. And with those coming into play, many SMEs have been forced out of business, and as a result, that would also bring about employment problems for some sectors in the community. That's why some people are of a view that with the SMW legislation, actually this is a path to hell paved with good intentions. And with the proposal to review SMW, that has given rise to some dispute between the employers and employees, because the labor sector is asking for $33, but then the business sector is suggesting that it should be kept at the current level, or it will be moderately increased. And last month, after a marathon meeting, the Commission has finally come to this consensus and has recommended that the SMW be set at $30, and it will be making the suggestion to the C in Council, which will make a decision. I think during the first few years of implementation, we should be grouping along the way, and on the SMW rate, given the uncertainty in the economy, we have to be careful, and we also have to ensure that SMEs will be able to survive, and therefore we should not be too hasty in adjusting the SMW, and therefore we have to adopt an evidence-based approach. We have to review the comprehensive data in reviewing the level of minimum wage. Other than taking into account a basket of factors, we will also have to analyze the distribution data of wages, and we will also have to look at the potential impact of the SMW. We will also have to fully consider the views of different quarters of the community in determining the level of minimum wage. I think that would mean that basically the proposal for SMW will be reasonable. In this council, different members are actually fighting for the interests of different sectors. I think the approach is right, but then for people or members from different political parties, they have different thinking, and they try to level criticisms against individual members. That's not right. And also with regard to the scientific data that the SMW Commission has been looking at, I think it should be commended, and is also preferable because that would also reduce or avoid many unnecessary conflicts. With regard to the time frame for review of statutory minimum wage, where the economy is rather stable and steady, I think doing it once every 2 years would be pragmatic. Or else, if it's adjusted annually, workers might benefit modestly where there is an improvement in the economy. But then for the employees, in particular those running SMEs, they will have to face with this situation whereby there will be adjustment every year. And then the contribution to the MPF and also administrative costs that might be incurred, these would be factors that would affect their investment incentive. And also they might consider hiring their workers on short-term contract, and as a result, these workers might become casual workers in reality, and that would be counterproductive. Well, workers are the precious asset of the enterprises, and their hard work should be appropriately rewarded. And I think that the legislation has already made a head start. We will have to move forward cautiously and carefully. And concerning the adjustment to the rate, we will have to have the Commission which is credible, and it will have to consider the actual data, and it will have to foster a consensus within the Commission. With regard to the review time frame, it need not be done in a rush, and I think reviewing it once every 2 years would be more realistic and pragmatic. These are my remarks. Mr. Tan Ka-Biu. Thank you, President. Just now many members have spoken. In particular, those from the business sector have spoken on the SMW, and they've also concluded that inflation and also is a killer for the older age workers, and also it will also result in some businesses or enterprises having to close down. I don't think you need to be worried about this, and I'd like to illustrate on those 3 areas. If you really respect the elderly, if you are really concerned for their well-being, then with the implementation of SMW, if you look at the unemployment rate in the last quarter, well, in 2011, in August, or between August and December, during the 4-month period, well, for those aged between 50 and 59, the unemployment rate was slightly higher than the average unemployment rate by 0.1%. And up till recently, actually, the difference has grown to 1.5%. In other words, for those over 60-year-old, the unemployment rate is 1.5%. As for those of 50 to 59, the unemployment rate is 2.9%, and for the rest, it's 3.5%. So Hong Kong people are very energetic, and they are very resilient, and therefore, before the introduction of a URP, many workers will have to work till they reach 70. Indeed, many days ago, well, some Kai Fongs are telling me that I'm in my 60s, and I'm concerned that my security guard's license will have to be switched to Type A, and I can only work on standalone buildings. In fact, there are enough jobs in the market, and therefore we need not worry. As to the withering of individual industries, well, just now we were told that, well, for the transport sector and also the catering industry, well, security guards would be the thriving sector. But then if you contacted some SME employers in this sector, they've been asking you if you have friends that you can introduce to them, and can they organize a recruitment fair. In Tung Chung, I've been helping many security guards companies to organize such employment or recruitment fair. Well, in the construction sector, they are also having a shortage of helping hands. So every industry is suffering from this because the economy is very robust. All right, you're concerned that economy might experience a downturn in the mainland. If you look at the construction sector in Shenzhen and other major cities, well, minimum wage has been increasing in double digit. And of course, we might be overly optimistic. You might be saying, well, we are asking for a 17% rise. But then when compared to what the Secretary has been saying recently, because all these are interlinked, because the Secretary has introduced the WITS, or the work incentive travel subsidy scheme, all right, they're actually using 7,300 as the indicator. In other words, if you're earning less than $7,300, then you'll be eligible. All right, 7,300 is the standard. All right, if you're earning less than that, then we should encourage them to come out to work. All right, then what's meant by $33 an hour? You will have to work 9 hours, and you will have to work 26 hours. You will have to work 26 days, and then you earn some $7,300. And also for the population in poverty, all right, they are earning less than half of the median wage, and is now set at $11,000. All right, we usually call them poor people. And also some 70%. We are talking about 70% of the median wage, and that's about $7,700 multiplied by 9 hours and 26 days a month. And the secretary has been very honest and frank, and he's been telling those in the business sector that SMW will be able to help the grassroots. Well, to what extent will they be helped? Well, last week, there will be an increase slightly higher than the rate of inflation by some 0.3%. Really, we are very grateful to you. So, is it an excessive demand? Is it that our economy will collapse as a result? Will our grassroots be overpaid? Well, I don't think that's the case, because as some colleagues have said, well, for civil servants and judicial officers this year, their pay rise would be 5.3% or 5.6%. All right, 2 years together, we're talking about 7.1%. Definitely, it will be lower than inflation. And as for minimum wage, and also what's meant by a wealth gap, we will have to look at the highest income group, the top 10% top paid group, and also the lowest income earners. We are not trying to artificially narrow the gap, but then we're just using this as an indicator. If every time where there is an increase to the SMW, and if it's lower than inflation, then I'm sure the wealth gap cannot be narrowed. It will only widen. So why is it that you're treating $33 as a monster or something to fear for? All right, in the transport sector, well, we're asking for pay rise for those working in the transport sector. We're talking about 5 to 5.5%. It's not an excessive demand at all, and therefore, I hope that the administration, in particular the chief executive, you will have to really listen to the voices from the grassroots. All right, our buying power is now being eroded. Well, some colleagues have also said that inflation is the source of this, and again, this has to do with minimum wage. Well, of course, inflation is an indicator, but then with QE 1, QE 2, QE 3 introduced by the U.S., it has already fueled inflation. And what has that got to do with our grassroots workers? And also, looking at the mainland, of course, it has to do with us, and many of the daily necessities basically come from the mainland. Over half of them are from China, and for RMB's exchange rate with Hong Kong dollar during the past 3 years, it appreciated by more than 1%. Or more than 10%. In other words, that would also explain why we have this high inflation. And also, for a ton of pork, well, in 2009 is $16,000, and now in 2011 is $24,499. There was it went up by 52%. And then for choy sum, it increased to $6.1 a catty. In fact, that went up by 41.5% in 2 years. Now, I'm not going to talk about rentals because everybody has been talking about this, and please do not put the blame on our workers. And in the end, I support Mr. K.K. Fung's motion.
Ms. Alice Mack. Mr. President, in Hong Kong, intergenerational poverty and working poverty are nothing new. All along, many workers, especially the grassroots workers who have a very meager bargaining power, have to face this situation. And that is, even if they work extremely hard, even if they work for more than 10 hours a day, they just cannot maintain the basic living standard. They cannot sustain their families. That's something in the past and also in the present. But we cannot say we have got used to it. We cannot turn something that is wrong into something that is right. To tackle this issue, the FTU said many years ago that we should legislate for SMW and standard working hours. we have taken different actions to ask the administration to implement such measures, including protests and marches, and we have moved motions and asked questions in the council. What is comforting is that after the LegCo passed the SMW legislation after 3 readings, grassroots workers now have certain wage protection starting from 1st of May last year. This is a great encouragement for labor unions. It marks a landmark for us. But then at the same time, the living standard has been raised for grassroots workers. We do not see a complement in terms of standard working hours. When the SMW is set at 28 hours, if this is so removed from the actual economic reality, grassroots workers, yes, have a higher wage. However, their living has not been much improved. They have not really benefited a lot from it. Even if we act according to the Commission's consensus that the level be raised from $28 to $30, we cannot totally resolve the difficulties faced by grassroots workers. When setting the SMW, the Commission will make reference to the economic data in the past year. But since there is only a biannual review, the relevant data must be something that's lagging behind. We have imported inflation, and our currency has compared unfavorably with renminbi, and the grassroots have a difficult time maintaining their living standard. The FTU, starting from 1st or January 2011, we have calculated this indicator for a decent meal, a basic meal, and we have been looking at prices of fresh produce in all 18 districts to try to understand the trend of food prices, because food is something that is essential for a person's living. And we have found that the average price of food in Hong Kong between 2011 and 2012, they have gone up by 13.7% year on year. And in 11 districts out of 18 districts, the year-on-year increase has been in double digits. And some of the raw food materials have risen by 40% in the last year. And we have heard that beef is now becoming more expensive recently. But if you look at grassroots income, they are on the low side. In May 2011, that is, at the beginning when SMW was implemented, the CNSD did a survey on income and working hours, and it was said that the median income was $12,800. But at the same time, in some trades, even if workers worked for a long time, their median income was still below par. Just like in catering management, property management, and security, and also cleaning. Full-time workers would work 50 hours a week, or actually 54, 55 hours, but their median income would be below $10,000, or just around $8,700 or $9,500. So it can be seen that even if our workers work longer hours than other trades, and if their income has risen as a result of SMW, they still belong to the low-income earner group in society. They still have to struggle against ever-increasing prices, and they still are under a heavy economic yoke. Actually, the SMW should be to protect low-skilled workers who have no bargaining power so that they can improve their living standard. This is a right that should be enjoyed by them. So the relevant level must be suited to the times and be reasonable. The FTU has said that standard working hours should complement SMW, and we must also have regard for CSSA payment level, prices, and the overall economy, etc. We should also have annual review of SMW, so it is in keeping with the times, and or else workers cannot leave the poverty line. The FTU would like to ask the administration to face up to the needs of grassroots workers, so the SMW will be preserved with its original purpose. It was said that some members said that during the election campaign that they would like to help residents in subdivided flats. They said that subdivided flats are expensive. However, when you think about these people who live in subdivided flats or compartmentalized flats, they are the people receiving SMWs. Have you thought about how these grassroots can be helped? Please do not blame it on them that the SMW they get now have caused inflation. That colleague is from the business sector. He says that he shows care and concern for residents in subdivided flats. But then please be concerned about these grassroots who are only earning SMW and who are struggling to maintain a living. Thank you. Mr. Ronnie Chong. Mr. President, this debate is like a déjà vu, isn't it? We have many new colleagues, however. If you look at the justifications advanced, you would know that it is very similar to what was advanced in this session before last, and that is when we fought for an SMW. And of course, we have seen a lot of scaremongering tactics. It's almost like threats that have been advanced. Remember when we discussed SMW, some colleagues said in the open, not just within the council, but outside the council, saying that the unemployment rate will surge, that there would be a wave of collapse of enterprises, the restaurants will all close down. But in the past few years, we have not seen anything like that transpire. Now we need to review the SMW. Why are you advancing the same species arguments again? There are still people who don't seem to understand. Please tell him I'm not available. There are still people saying that the business sector fears the SMW because it will affect their survival. Well, it's just normal, isn't it? People in business don't want their costs to go up. If they can make $1 more, they want to make $1 more. However, business people should also show a certain corporate social responsibility. And do you think business people are dipping into their own pockets to pay the workers? Of course not. In the end, they are transferring costs to the consumers. Therefore, at this council, when I hear business people advancing arguments with a straight face, saying that the SMW cannot be heightened, I think that's hypocritical. The CP's view on SMW can be separated into two levels, and I'd like to repeat them. On the first level is our constitutional responsibility. Hong Kong is a little different from other places. Article 39 of the Basic Law says that we should implement the ICESCR. And the ICESCR, Article 7, says that all those who work should receive fair wages, so that he himself and his family members should enjoy a reasonable living standard, that the working hours should be reasonably limited. President, these are not just rigid rules or calcified systems. If you are talking about a fair wage, it means that the fair wage should be set according to inflation or the living standard in society. A fair wage 3 years ago will no longer, or may not necessarily, be fair 3 years later. 3 years ago, $28 would mean that the person and his family should have a reasonable living standard, but that may not be the case now. And it is, of course, necessary for us to adjust the level. And the second level is the economic level. In many countries, the objective of SMW is to encourage people to join the workforce instead of sitting with arms folded and receiving CSS payments and watching TV at home. If the SMW cannot be at a reasonable level, then people would rather prefer to sit with arms folded and watch TV at home and get CSSA. If that's the case, it goes against the original purpose of SMW. On the other hand, you have to understand that workers are human beings as well. SMW would mean that we give them a reasonable level of dignity as a worker. You cannot ask the worker to get a wage which will not be able to sustain even himself, and so he is compelled to cheat the SWD for CSSA in order to make up for the shortfall. This is not a good enough policy if it is like that, because we are not giving dignity to the workers. Now, at this juncture, we need to have objective criteria to assess whether the living standard in society is higher now, and if so, by how much, and how should we deal with it. When business people stand up to say, I cannot have our costs jacked up because I will not be making so much profit, I think that stance is unreasonable. Mr. President, what is most important is that our system is not ideal. At the time when we fought for SMW, we said that it should not be reviewed only biannually because it would be totally removed from reality. Now, we are faced with that result, which is totally removed from society. The Commission is proposing $30 based on 2011 data. But we are already at the end of 2012. When will it be implemented? 2013. In the interim, how many fare hikes have we seen at the MTRCL? And how much more expensive has our food become? What about traveling expenses, rental? And what about Link REIT? Every time Link REIT increases its prices, inflation is caused. 2 years down the road, when we say $33, there are still people saying that no, it should be preserved at a level 4 or 5 years ago. I don't know whether the business people would also be happy to say that they would just like to stick their profit level when they started to do business. I don't know whether the power companies and the MTRCL would also embrace that mentality. If that's the case, we will not see any hikes in tariff. $33 might sound like a lot, but the FTU has already given you the calculations. It would just be at a level slightly higher than the CSSA level. Even if it's really $33, you work for 9 hours a day for 26 days a month, you only get $7,300 a month. Is that too much to ask for? I don't think so. I hope business colleagues would not block this motion. Thank you.
Mr. Chan Kin-po. Thank you, Mr. President. Now, the SMW was implemented in May last year, and all along, the operation has been smooth. The initial rate was set at $28. Most business operators were able to continue their business despite the extra burden on them. But recently, after deliberation, the MWC has recommended the rate of $30, and the Chief Executive will consider the recommendation. I think the rate at $30 is a deliberation effort by all parties, including the labor sector, employers, and the government. In fact, the rules have been set down in the beginning. A review would be conducted biannually to reflect the real situation, and this mechanism has been accepted by employers as well as the labor sector. The government will also consider other factors like the cost of living, inflation, and therefore the MWC's recommendation has come by after careful consideration. This motion of raising the level to $33 is just a subjective or wishful thinking, because this will definitely be objected by employers, and the discussion will never be fruitful. The workers should also understand the difficulties facing employers. We should carefully discuss this matter. There is a mechanism, there are rules to follow. and the MWC has already reached a consensus. If we make other suggestions, it will give people an impression that the MWC's recommendation is not meaningful, and the mutual trust will be lost. And we have to consider a number of factors. And with external economic uncertainties, we're facing downside risks. And if the economy reverses, many SMEs will not be able to sustain, and we will see closing down of SMEs. And after a period of time, many employers have already felt the unexpected impact of SMW, despite pay rise for the lower level. The middle level employees also have seen their pay adjusted upwards. And therefore, to employers, they are shouldering extra costs as well. So we have to be careful when setting the minimum wage level. We should not underestimate its impact. The SMW has only been implemented for over a year. As for the actual pros and cons of this system, there are things still to be revealed. So we should let the mechanism continue to operate for some time before we review the situation. And if the economy is good, this will give the labor sector a reason to ask for a pay rise, and this will also be accepted by employers. Mr. Michael Tin. I'm sorry, I don't know this is my turn so soon. All right, the clock has started. Please speak now. In relation to this minimum wage level to be raised to $33, well, in relation to this motion, first of all, I am perplexed, and I feel that in fact 2 years ago we had a debate on minimum wage. In fact, everything we're discussing now have been discussed before, protecting the low-income earners, balancing the interests of all parties, etc. And finally, we got down to $28, and now we are just fulfilling our promise of having a review once every 2 years. And that is to say, within these 2 years, we look at everything that happened, and then we set down another level in the review. Well, that doesn't mean that we're starting all over again, like we can set it at 33 or 35. So does it mean that we should start the discussion afresh? At that time, the labor sector at that time also supported the setting up of the MWC with tripartite participation membership. And they were to start a discussion. And in fact, at that time, $28 were too much for employers as well. But we did not voice our objection because it was the outcome of a deliberation among the three sides. However, the Commission has come up with a recommendation, and now it has been criticized as being not high enough, so they're being selective. And as a member of the business sector, I won't talk about affordability of employers. I won't talk about closing down of enterprises. I'll just focus on 3 points. Benefit for the labor sectors, how can the level of $28 be ensured? Well, let's look at inflation. Over the past 2 years, I've checked all the inflation figures over the past 2 years, and adding up everything together, it should be $29.6. So the recommended rate is $30, and that is to say, we just ensure that the standards of living have not been lowered. Next is to protect the jobs of low-paid earners. That means a middle-aged worker will not be replaced by a younger worker. And many members have talked about this point, just like security guards and working in housing estates. They are now becoming younger. So middle-aged. For a younger worker, the gap seems smaller because they are subject to the same pay rise. For property management and security guards, there is this phenomenon that workers are getting younger. And that is to say, because the level is too high, they have switched to other fields. So what about those workers who are disadvantaged? Now, I agree that since the implementation of SMW, we have not seen unemployment rising. So we should push the SMW level further. But in the retail sector, let's look at the situation. In May 2011, comparing to the year before, the increase was 28%. That was the situation in May, and then in June 29%, July 29%, and all the way up to September last year. It dropped to 24% and 23%, and then it further decreased to 15%. That was the situation in January this year, and it went further down to 11% in June this year, and then 4% in July and August this year. We used to enjoy double-digit growth in Hong Kong, and now it's gone. And it may go down to 0 in September or October, which means that growth will become stagnant. So judging from these figures, I say that unemployment rate may not be maintained at the present low level. Now, next point about the living standards of our people. I agree that soaring prices may not solely have to do with minimum wage. It may have to do with high rentals as well. Now, for our business, rental accounts for 30% of our total expenditure and 10% for wage costs. 10% might not dictate my success or failure, but there are enterprises that do not have to pay rent. For example, property management agencies and cleaning services companies and so on. They do not have to pay rental. On the other hand, they collect management fees and cleaning fees. And as a result, if the minimum wage level is increased, their standards of living will go down definitely, because all these have to do with minimum wage, just like Chinese restaurants. I just learned from Mr. Tommy Cheung. On the contrary, for their sector, 30% of the expenditure is spent on wage, only 10% on rent. If we don't want to want our dim sum price to go up, or to have 4 pieces, to have 3 pieces instead of 4, we should not support the motion.
Mr. Raymond Chan, President, when it comes to wage increase, there are bound to be conflicts between the employers and the employees. I'm not going to be bogged down by the rate. If you look at Mr. KK Fung's original motion, that this council urges the CE in council to adjust the minimum wage level to $33 or above. Well, many of us here would support that the rate should be set at $35. How come there's nobody who has come forward to amend Mr. KK Fung's original motion? That's because we would like to foster a consensus while setting aside our differences. I think the Pan-Democrats had a press conference a couple of weeks ago. We prepared the proper, and we prepared 2 sets, one $33, the other $35. But then in the end, we agreed that it should be set at $33 or above. That's the consensus. In fact, after listening for so long and so hard, well, there are many councillors who are also employers themselves, and I've heard them say this. All right, it's not about the actual rate itself. It's about whether they have a heart or any intention of doing it. Apparently, they are going back on what's been discussed, and they are not really that willing to offer minimum wage, and therefore every time when there is a discussion on this, they would come forward or they would come up with arguments against it, whether it's set at $33, $32, or even $31. For those members who have expressed their opposition to this, they are not going to support either of those proposals. Well, please, for bosses, please do not cite examples like, with the introduction of SMW, eateries have to hike their prices, and there'll be one less piece, and the bowl of rice would get smaller. And Tommy Cheung said that actually I've been attending less ribbon cutting ceremonies because there are fewer restaurants these days. Yes, many restaurants have to close down, but then you cannot just put a blame on minimum wage. In fact, we all know deep down why eateries are closing down, why it's been so hard to do business these days. That's because rentals have gone up. That's because of the rent hikes. Well, they are talking about an increase by several 10%. And if you ask Raymond Wong, well, how come he was able to make a profit out of his beef noodles, and subsequently he had to close down because of the high rentals? All right, a few years ago we were talking about the same thing, and we are actually harping the same tune, and we are putting the blame on statutory minimum wage. All right, prices have gone up, and things are more expensive these days. We all know the reason. And there are colleagues saying that, well, to up it from $28 to $33 is really a very hefty increase. It's close to 40%. Why that? Why is it that? Well, that's because last time you set it at too low a level, all right, for the annual review. All right, if every year you're going to increase it by 18%, I think this is a specious argument, because if there is an annual review, then would we have asked for an 18% rise every year? That's not possible, because we also have to pay our employees. All right. Well, the argument in support of a 2-year or biennial review, where they say that where there is a downturn in the economy, there would be a buffer zone, and there would be more room for maneuver, so that workers would not have to be hard hit, and their jobs will not become casual jobs or peace-rated jobs. And you also talk about a basket of factors, including inflation and so on and so forth. There is no question of lagging behind. I think they are just pretending that they do not know. With the so-called reviews, well, it doesn't necessarily mean that there will be a wage increase, because on this occasion, many people would have wanted it to remain unchanged. But then for the review, it's just a regular review and adjustment. It doesn't mean that every time after a review, definitely you're going to have a hefty increase in SMW. And also for the forecast on inflation, unemployment, and so on and so forth, even if it's done annually, you will still be able to take on board those factors. It doesn't mean that with an annual review, because of the economic condition and so on, there will be more peace-rated jobs. Indeed, if you're going to do it once every 2 years, you would not be able to catch up with some economic conditions, because we both think, well, both sides would think that the 2-year review period would be a bit longer, and therefore both sides would be asking for more. But then if it's done annually, then relatively speaking, both sides will find it easier to foster a consensus. And also for the buffer zone, if there is a change in the economic condition, then the conflict period will be even longer. So who is going to be protected? We don't know. We would support Mr. K.K. Fung's motion today, that is to set it at $33 or above. In fact, if you ask me, I'd like to have it at $35. And of course, we also support the annual review. These are my remarks. Does any other member wish to speak? Ms. Chen Yun Han. Thank you, President. Well, this is a subject that has often been discussed in this council. Well, from a time when we did not have any statutory minimum wage to the time when we now have it, we should welcome it. It's not like what those from the business sector have said. All right, once you have it, well, you should just take it. You should not be asking for more. I think you will have to go back to pre-1997, when the labor sector, when the labor market was very good, and there was no shortage of labor. And now we have this situation, and we have fewer jobs, and our labor force, in particular in the grassroots sector, basically it's very difficult to find a job, and therefore it will be just up to the employers to decide on the wage floor. It can be a lot lower. And I think we were talking about outsourcing in the HA or the housing authority, but then for people who have been laid off, and if they want to find a job, then they would find it very difficult, and people would say that, all right, well, we have jobs available, but then you are the management and I'm the staff side, and you're the bosses and I'm the workers, and therefore they would try to talk down to these workers. All right, today we talk about professionalism, and whatever jobs you are working on, you will have to be able to work in dignity. So if we are able to do it, why would we have asked for it? If we had bargaining power, if our bargaining power is good, then we would not have asked for that. I think the problem is, well, wages have come down very substantially since the reunification, and therefore, in view of this, whether you are in a management rank or workers, you will have to make sure that these workers will be able to live in dignity. Today, we have a lot of grievances in the community. Very often, there is a distrust in the government. In particular, there is also this distrust towards those in the business sector. Why have we got this situation or phenomenon? Can we adopt a middle-of-the-road approach so that everybody will be happy, so that everybody will think that they are respected? Well, I've left this council for 4 years, and today I'm here, and very often, today I've been listening upstairs, and we are still talking about introduction or 101 situation. In fact, well, after a year or so of implementation, we should have reviewed the situation and see if it's working well. I think only then would it be a healthy situation. Well, back then Tommy Cheung was looking at Hon Kwok-che from the FTU when he spoke. Well, with your hand on your heart, if you say that wages have resulted in a hardship of enterprises, but then if the labor sector is very tight, then you would be targeting us. You would try all you can to promote staff in order to retain staff. The thing is, with an oversupply in the labor market, that's why you're trampling on their interests, and you're blaming them for the economic difficulty that you're experiencing. Well, I would retort back that if you're not able to run your business, then you should just close down. Please do not blame the workers for this. All right, for rents that have gone up by 100,000, and they've increased rents up to some $300,000. So we used to be located at Peck Street, and we had this very large Chinese restaurant, and that's the one operated by this famous cook, celebrity cook. And well, another operator would like to get the shop premise, and they were willing to pay a lot more. And the other day when I ran into this famous cook, Mr. Wong, I told him that rents would be one of the most important factor affecting the business operators. But then for workers, we are in the disadvantaged group. We don't have bargaining power. That's why you're trampling on us. Well, should we enjoy pride and dignity? Is it that manual labor does not enjoy any respect at all? So the more I think about it, the more angry I get. And many years ago, well, workers feel very helpless, and I can still see this vividly these days. And then for those who are against it, are you saying that, or are you are you trying to see more workers or grassroots taking to the street? Well, some of them have a roof above their head. That's why they are not that angry. But then many people have a lot of grievances. And therefore, during the last term, we managed to pass this legislation. And on that basis, we will have to make sure that workers will be properly rewarded, and we will have to ride out of the storm by working together instead of just targeting those who do not have any bargaining power. I'd not like to turn to this, and this has to do with the administration, Mr. Matthew Cheung. Very often you would say this, and you've actually distorted the picture. And for the once every 2-year review, how come it's not done every year? All right, he would go back and forth on this, and then for the civil service pay rise or adjustment, that would be done every year. How come you have to do this once every 2 years? That's because you knew very well that for the business sector, they agreed that, they would only be prepared to accept a once in 2 years review. Now, KK Fung has moved this motion, but then we'll be coming up with a private members bill, and we'll be amending this. And we will have to look at the practice in the community. How come there are many people out there who are used to an annual review? Yes, whether or not it's lagging behind or not, that can be discussed, but then we should not be working against the logic in our community. Alright, I've been in the labor sector for several decades. I've never seen our grassroots who have felt so helpless. I've never seen a situation whereby whether you're in your 30s, 40s, you're male or female, to put it bluntly, they find it very difficult. And with the minimum wage introduced, I was in this council, and many people were very happy, and they said that it's been eroded by inflation. How come they were not able to lead a living whereby they can get $33 that has been as suggested? Alright, the Commission has not spelled it out, but then in practice, of course, we would always go for $33. It's not that we are greedy, but then objectively, after the last increase, honestly, in the labor sector, in order to come up with this mechanism, we were prepared to to make this concession. I hope that you can adopt a middle of the road approach. Alright, if you are faced with these workers who do not have bargaining power, and if you're not prepared to give them a fair deal, then I think, Secretary, you're problematic. Thank you.
Mr. Kenneth Chan. Thank you, President. Talking about the actual contribution made by SMW to Hong Kong, recently I have been attending district forums. Many civic organizations and workers have given me this very direct and happy response. They said that they have waited long for this recognition. As members were saying, this is about the dignity. They feel that they work hard, they study hard, and they strive to do better. They also work very hard to maintain their families. Shouldn't society recognize their efforts? Without the SMW, the administration launched a very interesting campaign, and that is wage protection campaign. There were a lot of APIs saying VV, win-win, etc. But then it was just a lot of hot air. People's hopes were dashed. People's expectations were not met. And in the end, finally, even if you wouldn't like to admit it, we had to legislate for SMW to show that the entire Hong Kong society understands that we should give recognition to the labor force, and so that the poor population would be downwardly adjusted. When I attended seminars and district forums recently, we were told that fewer people live in poverty, and many families have seen light at the end of the tunnel because they are protected by SMW. But this is only a first step. And by that I mean we have to look at the SMW level so that it is more in line with the challenge of daily living. Many workers in Hong Kong say that they work long hours for providing for their family, for providing a roof over their heads. They say thank you for $28, but they are faced with high inflation and challenges in the daily living, just like what we discussed this morning at the council. It's difficult to find cheap wet produce around the districts. Property hegemony has seeped into every corner of society, and they can hardly make ends meet. The SMW, of course, has not given consideration to the needs of an entire family. That is why some organizations saying you should not just look at wages for the person, but for the entire family. In other words, whether a person's wages can maintain a family with 3 generations. These are very real problems in society. It's not just a wage policy, but it's also a matter of our population policy, population structure, and development. that we should all feel a sense of satisfaction with our destiny. That's why ever since the Civic Party was established, we had always supported SMW legislation, because we want everybody to be rewarded in a fair manner, that everybody's hard work should be recognized. We would agree with an upward adjustment because $28 is not in keeping with the demands of daily living. We hope a review will be done soon. When we look at the few motions and amendments, members, they are not new to us, because during the SMW legislation debate, all those had been mooted. An annual review, that was raised. Is there a better way to decide on the SMW level so the LegCo can be involved and can have participation? In fact, in many places, the SMW legislation would receive detailed debate in the LegCo, and through in-depth consultation and discussion, a basis or consensus would be reached with the community. Of course, the administration would be involved. However, unfortunately, given the composition of the Legislative Council, given the FCs and a split voting system, very often we cannot trust the Legislative Council. But if indeed we have a council returned by equal and universal suffrage, we should have the authority and credibility to act as gatekeepers for the public. This is an important development which we should strive for. There are many elected members. Through their daily work, through their contacts in the districts and discussion at different forums, we can tap the pulse of the community. I am sure we are also in touch with the community. The administration will be working around Admiralty. They will be looking at macro figures. But then we go to the front line. We are at workplaces and the communities in order to gauge the views of the workers. There is also a very important point in the amendment motions, and that has to do with PWDs. Please scrap it, because you are creating a labeling effect and discrimination. In fact, people don't like it. Neither the employers or the employees like it. We must think about a better way to do it, and that is by way of wage subsidies. If we can support PWDs who need our support in society so that they can join the workforce and contribute what they have for society, then we will have a more equal, more integrated, and more harmonious society. So looking at this SMW debate, it has come back to this council, so we look at the directions for reform. I hope the administration will give us a positive message that SMW indeed has a positive effect. We want to keep it as a good deed, and that depends on whether you like to take those extra steps. Does any other member wish to speak? Mr. Albert Chan.
Mr. Albert Chan, every time
the business people in the council would show their ugly heads, they would only want to look at their way of life, but they would turn a blind eye to the plight of the grassroots. The SMW is to be raised from $28, we say, to $33. Mr. Matthew Cheung, he's earning $280,000 a month, but people are only earning $28 an hour. If I divide up your monthly salary into hourly wage, it is $1,400 per hour. I'm sure if we look at your salaries, they are way above what other people earn. And of course, members here also earn more than $33 an hour. We are talking about raising it to $33 for the working public. But you seem to dislike it so much. It is as if we are asking you to give us your lives. These are really an ugly phenomenon. Hong Kong people, look at the functional constituency representatives in LegCo. They are vampires. They are people who exploit your rights. People, can I please ask for a quorum because I don't see enough people in the chamber. Mr. Albert Chan, President, let us look at the data, and then we will know the relationship between the economy and wages and how inflation and rental are above the impact of wages on the economy. Many of us here speculate on property. They own stocks and also a lot of properties and also land. Just like our Executive Council members, they would transfer property and then they get a profit to the tune of $10 million. If you look at wage increase from May 2011 to August 2012, Hong Kong Island an increase by 3.5% and NT 5.5%, and eating out an increase of 7%, pork 5%, 10% for vegetables. So that's in a year or so. People say the catering industry is suffering. Many of the eateries are closing down, but I can tell you that many shops closed down, just like our great leader of People Power. His beef noodle shop closed down because of rental increase. The landowners would call the shots. They can hike rentals so much you will be driven out of business. Cafe de Coral is great. It has done a great job. Its stock price has gone up by 51% in a year. That should be Fairwood fast food chain. But Hong Kong people suffer from high traveling expenses, food prices, and rentals. The biggest impact is on the average citizen. You buy a catty of vegetables, you pay a few dollars more. Of course, it's peanuts for members here. You don't feel it. And also, some members may have rental income exceeding their rental expenditure. Many of our honorable members live in the mid-levels. So if you look at the structures in Hong Kong, Hong Kong workers do not have collective bargaining power. They cannot really fight with employers. They can only rely on councillors in the council. But the FCs are grabbed by the pro-establishment party. The Chinese liaison office can direct the behavior and action of all pro-establishment camp, and the Beijing liaison office can sweep aside all the interests of the working public. This is the political structure of Hong Kong. The labor motions would always be defeated in the council. We cannot provide enough protection to workers, and secondly, structurally, capitalists and entrepreneurs call the shots. The CE is returned only by 1,200 people, mostly landowners and property developers. And we also have financial hegemony in that the banks also have a big influence in the Hong Kong economy. That is why our economy is totally lopsided. We can only make criticism from time to time. Most of the business people would walk out when we speak. When we ask for a quorum count, some of them come back, but most of the bankers have disappeared. When it is a kind of struggle amongst the different classes, they don't want to listen to it. Just look at the last decade or so. The economic prosperity was only enjoyed by financial and banking sectors because there is hegemony in these sectors. You get all the benefit, but the grassroots, the public at large, are still suffering. President, we must help the labor force. They must come out and attack the system, or else the working public would just still be exploited and milked by unscrupulous entrepreneurs, and their interests would be overlooked. The labor force must come out and stand for their own rights, or else they will continue to be exploited and neglected. So, President, I would appeal to the labor force in Hong Kong, besiege the council, besiege the government, so that the government will succumb to their demands.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Mr. Leung Kwok-che. Mr. President. Mr. President, I heard many say that the setting up of the minimum wage is already a harm, and now it has become a disaster just because we ask for the level to be raised. This is ridiculous. Mr. President, this is how they put it. Let me wind this thing. Talk shop. Mr. Leung Kwok-che, please continue to speak. That's what they're like. They do nothing but talk. I'd like to seek your enlightenment, members. You'd like to talk about statistics. What about the income or the wealth gap in Hong Kong? Has it grown or has it shrunk? The Gini coefficient. Well, that's what they're like. Ms. Wong Yok Man, please refrain from making noises. All right, the Gini coefficient is shows that the gap is getting bigger. Those at the bottom is those requiring wage protection or those who suffered because of the lack of wage protection in the past, and they could do nothing but rely on the safety net of our social security system. How can you say that for those who have suffered for so long, they should not be entitled to any kind of wage protection? That would be the end of the world. If 1/3 of the population has to suffer so that the 1% can continue to enjoy wealth, that's ridiculous. Well, the Hong Kong dollar is pegged to the US dollar, and then we are appreciated unfavorably against the renminbi, and there is also the note printing exercise by other countries. So renminbi has appreciated, and these capitalists, why are you putting the blame on workers? Do you dare to speak up to the central authorities? Are you trying to fool us? They are flushing renminbi and now plays in exchange for Hong Kong dollars. Do you dare to speak up to the central authorities about this? You don't. They just put the blame on workers. Next, because of inflation, prices are soaring. CY Leung has proposed the SSD. Well, it's useless. They have lots of money. If they don't speculate in the property market, they'll speculate in the stock market and other things like even beef. Well, lots of people like beef, so if they buy them all, then prices will go up. You should blame them. The food ingredients, the rentals, everything is expensive. On the contrary, we're talking about the living expenses of our citizens, and the prices just go up. Is it fair to blame them? Well, I reiterate, if business cannot sustain, then that should be the end of it. You understand very well. Is it because of rising imported the prices of imported goods or rentals or what? Our workers do not have any bargaining power. They can only go on a strike. But a strike would mean the temporary loss of a relationship between employers and employees, so that you know how much it would cost you without workers. For the 1% at the top or the top percentile of our society, why are they opposing the minimum wage? Well, I proposed $35 when the $28 level was set. We should continue to discuss with CY Leung. Biennial review. Actually, there should be an increase because of the cumulative effect. But then you're saying that the increase is too drastic. Mr. President, this council is unreasonable. This is shameless. We're talking about 3 million employees, and there are 600 to 700,000 working poor. And this is really serious. What is the reasoning? A simple question for everyone. Wealth gap in Hong Kong, is it caused by minimum wage or not? Answer this question. Matthew Cheung. Look at Franklin Lam. Well, we can make fun of his name. It's like he's bringing shame to the government. It's the government's fault because he's appointed to deal with housing matters. And he, in return, sold the flats beforehand. And even Mr. Leung Kam-chong sold his car for, or bought his car at $370,000. So, Mr. Franklin Lam, well, he is lying to the public. He's lying in the open. But you don't have to stop me. I don't have time to scold this shameless official, Mr. Leung Kwok-che. Does any other member wish to speak? Mr. Wong Yuk-man.
主席，
President, since the introduction of the SMW on May the 1st last year, Hong Kong's consumption market has not experienced any downturn, and the disadvantaged group has also not experienced a wave of layoff. Unemployment rate has not soared, and it's not like what many leftist economists and the businessmen have said. If you look at the figures from the CNS department, last year the unemployment rate was standing at 3.3%, and the underemployment rate was at 1.4%. And in the streets, you often see bills posting for recruitment of new recruits, and the facts speak louder than what they have said. In fact, minimum wage has not been a monster, and what they have said was an exaggeration. And I think it's an over worry. And Dr. Fernando Cheung talked about poverty in Hong Kong. Last week, he cited some figures from the HKCSS, and it's been said that for the working poor, the number will has come down from 200,000 to 185,000, and also for the youth living in poverty, the rate has also come down. So we can also say that statutory minimum wage has achieved the desired effect immediately. And the former Chief Executive Donald Tsang also said that Hong Kong is a capitalist society, and therefore it's difficult to resolve or narrow the wealth gap. And immediately, what crossed my mind was what Mencius said. Well, for the average citizen, they are not able to live in harmony or in dignity. That's because the emperor is not willing to give them handouts. That's because, Mencius talked to the emperor, and he talked to the king, and he said that for the ordinary citizens, they are not able to enjoy satisfactory life. That's because the king is not willing to give. And if you're not able to be benevolent, if you're not a benevolent king, that's not because you're not able to do it. That's because you're not willing to do it. That's what's happening now. We're increasing it from $28 to $33. It's like robbing him of his fortune. All right, what kind of government is this? Matthew Cheung is again you. 2 years ago, when we discussed minimum wage, I spent 30 minutes here. And there were some supporters, and we uploaded it on YouTube, and there were hundreds of thousands of people saying that I was right, because we were looking at the legislation on statutory minimum wage, and we gave you all the arguments, and then you just talked about you just put forth specious arguments, and you said that that will be reviewed once every 2 years, but then in reality that can be done annually. I think you are best at that. I think it's not that you're not able to do it, it's that you don't have the will to do it. Michael Tian just said that. What are you guys trying to do? Well, last year and the year before last, you were not here. We are not trying to affect you. Well, what kind of rents are you paying at G2000? All right, we are from different classes. Well, I'm a middle class person. Well, I'm not from the proletariat group, but then I'm trying to defend their interests, and therefore will be putting forth different arguments. But then we have to reason things out. All right, you say that we do not have justification for that. Then let's talk things out, because for the leftists and the right plaintiffs and the writers, they would all put forth their own arguments and see which side will win. All right, recently I've been to Australia and New Zealand. All right, you're talking about 120 Hong Kong dollars an hour. So is it that Hong Kong's GDP is just 1/4 of Australia and New Zealand's GDP? No. And also, our inflation rate, is it that different from these places? Well, sometimes you can't just read from the script, because when I heard you guys, I would get very angry. All right, we've made it very clear. We're just asking for an increase from $28 to $33. It's disgraceful. All right, when the MWC was initially set up, we have already made it clear. And many writers, scholars, all right, the administration has appointed a large number of writers, economists or academics into the commission, and then we also have 3 capitalists, and also we had some representing the government. Actually, it's lopsided. If you look at the composition of the MWC, we have Lau Chin-shek and Kong Chi-kin, and then Lee Kai-ming. These are 3 labor union representatives. But then for the rest, they are either representing the academic sector or the administration or the capitalists. So increasing that from $28 to $30 is only up by about 7%. And if you divide it by 2, then actually it's slightly more than 3.5%. So it's lower than inflation. So I would not be saying that you're actually like a you're actually like a Dracula. I would not be saying that you're unscrupulous. But then, when my wife told me that, minimum wage has to be at this level, and the only thing that I can do is to close my business, because I have no alternative. Or else people will say that, all right, you're fighting for minimum wage, and then your wife will have to close down your business. Well, nothing can be done about it. That's the way it works. So this is what is happening in Hong Kong. Well, how can you just offer them $30? And now we are asking for $33, as Long has said. Originally, we would have liked it to be $35, because $33 would be less than what we asked for. That was on the first occasion. And now it's $28, and we're just asking it to be increased to $33. So KK Fung has raised this issue. We are not trying to have a repeat of the debate on this issue in this council, because it's like ABC, as Ms. Chen Yun-han just said. There is no need to argue about it. The thing is, we are in the minority. And also, as you might recall, this council should have a voice, should have a voice there. But then we are not calling the shot. It's the EXCO, it's the CE in council calling the shot, and the former chief executive was corrupt, and this on this occasion he's incompetent, and then all EXCO members, they are all useless, and this council is not able to make any decision, and then in the end we can only accept the $30 rate. Once again, I'd like to remind Hon Kwok-che that you should not be shouting in your seat, or else I'll have to order you to leave. Does any other member wish to speak?
If
not, then I'll ask Mr. KK Fung to speak on the 3 amendments. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, I support Ms. Cyd Ho's amendment because the Minimum Wage Commission had meetings and deliberations, and we agree that there is an objective set of data, and there will be analysis, and we should agree to that. But is it really the case? Even until now, we don't know what the deliberations were about. We don't know on what formula was used in setting this $33.
Are we going to trust these people? But somehow there is leakage into the press saying that this one is shouting for $28 and normal, and the other side $33. And in the end, they would settle for $30. On what basis did people ask for 28 or 33? Why is it 30 in the end? Is it plucked from thin air? Is it that you just settle for any figure? You ask me to trust that you are objective and that you have criteria and data to base on. I think we should have everything debated here in the Legislative Council because we do so in the open, so the public can judge for themselves whether political parties are fair. And in the end, the CE would make a decision, and the CE would not tell us on what he based his decision on. So I support Ms. Cyd Ho. And then Mr. Fernando Cheung's amendment. He's saying that PWDs will be able to have a portion of the SMW according to their productivity assessment result. And in the last session and the session before last, our subcommittee on poverty went to South Korea to look at the operation of social enterprises there and how they tackle poverty. What did South Korea do for the PWDs in the country? 3 lines are drawn. That is a 1/3 disability, and then 2/3 disability, and then 100% disability. For people with 1/3 or 2/3 disability, they are encouraged to be employed by social enterprises. And if social enterprises suffer from a deficit as a result, then they can be given subsidy to the tune of 1/3 or 2/3 SMW. In other words, if I engage a person with 1/3 disability, then the social enterprise would pay 2/3 of the salary, and the subsidy would come from the government. So the PWD would still get minimum wage. This is what South Korea does. And secondly, if other enterprises hire the PWDs, they get tax concessions. The GDP in South Korea is lower than that in Hong Kong, but still they can do this. President, I'm really unhappy about this situation. There are still 200,000 people who are the working poor. They work from 8-10 hours. They do not cheat on their bosses. Why is it that they work full-time? They work for an entire year, but then they are still the working poor. Some even qualify for CSSA. Is it reasonable? They work for half of their life, and then they do not have enough money to maintain a family. Is that reasonable? They work their whole life, and yet they cannot be soil to nurture the young in society. Is that reasonable? Mr. President, before CY Leung became CE, he said this. He said, according to CNSD data, minimum wage or grassroots wage lags behind inflation, and 30% of the working population have wages decreasing, and the pressure on grassroots workers was increasing. That is what he said before he became the CE. Now that he is the CE, he should view these $30, making use of the philosophy behind what he said or wrote before he became CE. Has he changed his mind because of the decision he is holding? Thank you.
Secretary for Labour and Welfare. Mr. President, I thank Mr. K.K. Fung once again for moving this motion on adjusting the statutory minimum wage level, and the amendments moved by Ms. Cyd Ho, Dr. Fernando Cheung, Mr. Cheung Kwok-che, and the 48 members who have offered their valuable views in the debate. I'd like to reply to some of the key points. First, on the statutory minimum wage level. We all understand that Hong Kong's economy has high degree of external orientation. Therefore, the flexibility in wages and prices is very important for Hong Kong to maintain the edge and the ability to resist external impact. I want to emphasize that the purpose of the minimum wage ordinance is to set the wage floor to forestall excessively low wages, and at the same time to prevent any harm to the flexibility in the Hong Kong labor market and economic competitiveness. And we do not want to see any negative impact of the SMW on the job opportunities of the disadvantaged workers. In fact, some employers at present already offer wages at a level higher than the SMW to existing workers as well as new recruits based on operational needs and the labor market situation. In reviewing the SMW rate, the Minimum Wage Commission must have regard to the need to maintain an appropriate balance between the objectives of forestalling excessively low wages and minimizing the loss of jobs. And before making a recommendation on the SMW to the Chief Executive, reference have been drawn from a basket of indicators reflecting the latest changes in the social, economic, and employment situations, together with analysis and surveys or assessment of the findings. An impact assessment is conducted on the SMW level. The Commission also conducted public consultation to seek views on the SMW level and the impact on various sectors in the community. Some members suggested that the $28 level was based on the second quarter figures in 2009 and there was a time lag problem. And this is a serious misunderstanding. I already clarified this point in replying to Mr. Kwok-che's oral question last Wednesday. And I want to emphasize that the provisional MWC refer to the employment and earnings statistics in the second quarter of 2009 together with the GDP forecast and inflation forecast in 2010, together with the latest changes in the wages, employment, and operational statistics, in particular wages and employment earnings, in handling the time lag problem. At the same time, in reviewing the SMW rate, the Minimum Wage Commission must have regard to the need must have drawn reference to the basket of indicators, and they include the local latest economic forecast and performance, inflation, labor situation, and unemployment rate in order to gauge the latest economic and labor situation and the outlook. The Commission has formally reached a consensus on the SMW level and submitted a recommendation today, and the government will seriously consider the recommendation and will make a decision as soon as possible on the SMW level. According to the Minimum Wage Ordinance, the Chief Executive in Council, after considering the Commission's recommendation, can publish a notice in the Gazette and then through negative vetting procedure in the Legislative Council, prescribe the statutory minimum wage rate. If the LegCo votes down the proposed level and the commencement date won't come into effect. As I said in the beginning, there are different views in the community on the SMW level. But SMW has profound impact in the economy of Hong Kong and the employment situation. So in setting the level, we must take an evidence-based approach in order to achieve an appropriate balance. Therefore, according to the MWO, the LegCo can approve or revoke but not amend the proposed statutory minimum wage. Now, about the review cycle, the MWO stipulates that the rate should be reviewed at least once every 2 years. This is a pragmatic arrangement comprising 3 elements. 1 is regulation, 2 is protecting employees' rights, and 3 is flexibility. So it's a win-win situation for both employees and employers. Because of the stipulation in the ordinance, the review period must not exceed 2 years, but when necessary, more frequent reviews can be conducted. On the contrary, if we fix the review cycle at once every year, it will hamper the flexibility of the local labor market and extend the adjustment period for Hong Kong in face of external impact. Over the past decade, Hong Kong economy has undergone 4 drastic changes, including the Asian economic crisis in 1997, the bursting of the dot-com bubble in 2001, SARS in 2003, and financial tsunami in 2008. Every time the Hong Kong economy was able to rebound rapidly, partly because of the flexibility of our local market. To rigidly set the review of the SMW rate at once every year would hamper the flexibility of our labor market and will also make employers and business operators more difficult in drafting service contracts. On the other hand, some employers may want to achieve flexibility by providing short-term employment contracts and employing more casual workers to replace permanent workers. It will cause fragmentation of employment contracts and bring about negative impact to the employment situation. Therefore, the evidence-based approach should be adhered to, and when necessary, according to the statistics, we can conduct a review in less than 2 years' time. On the contrary, during economic downturns, when there is pressure for downward adjustment of the level, the present arrangement can also allow the MWC to have more time to collect data and make recommendation after careful consideration. In fact, in many places with SMW like UK, Ireland, US, Canada, like British Columbia and Ontario, there are no stipulations in law as far as the review cycles are concerned. All these are flexible arrangements. Hong Kong, SMW is still new to Hong Kong. We should carefully consider whether to review the cycle or change the review cycle in such a short period of time. The MWC at present is chaired by a senior member of the legal profession, and the membership comprises 3 from the labor sector, 3 from business sector, 3 academics, and 3 from the government. They can comprehensively look at the impact of SMW level on the social economic aspect of our society and also the employment situation. All the appointees are appointed on the basis or in their personal capacity, rather than being nominated by different organizations. The purpose is to make the Commission consider different views from different sectors in an objective, independent, rational, and comprehensive manner. And the Commission should base their consideration on the overall interest of Hong Kong in setting the appropriate level. For disabled employees, I want to point out that the society agrees that we should promote employment amongst the disabled, and we hope that when we think that we should help disabled employees in getting the appropriate jobs and remunerations based on their abilities. If they receive wage subsidies, they may be seen as burdens of our society. They may not be accepted by their colleagues, and it will affect their integration into society. If the disabled is a CSSA recipient, and if the family members are in an economic situation such that they're eligible for CSSA, the government will continue to release CSSA payment to subsidize the recognized needs. As for persons who are outside the CSSA net, whether or not they are from the disabled group or other groups, the government at present does not have any intention to provide regular wage subsidies, but will continue to implement practical measures such as employment support or subsidy schemes to provide appropriate assistance to unemployed to seek jobs. Now, the MWO offers special arrangements in terms of productivity assessment so that their job opportunities will not be affected. And under the minimum wage ordinance, if an employer dismisses an employee based on the outcome of the productivity assessment, the DDO offers exemption. But I want to emphasize that the exemption is only confined to the outcome of the assessment, and if the employee is dismissed based on the disability, the minimum wage ordinance will not affect the claim against the employer under DDO. I want to emphasize that we have the SMW in Hong Kong is consensus reached in the society after years of deliberation, and the MWO likewise had been discussed in depth and scrutinized by electrical before it was passed. And it's just 1.5 years since the implementation of SMW in Hong Kong. We still need to gain more experience, and we will continue to closely monitor the implementation of minimum wage. And we should not rush ourselves into making changes to the SMW system. What is important is for the government to carefully consider the recommendations put forward by the MWC and to consider the recommended level put forward by the MWC before we reach a decision.
I now call upon the Honourable Cyd Ho to move the amendment. Honourable Cyd Ho, President, I move that Honourable Frederick Fung's motion be amended, and I propose the question to you, and that is the amendment moved by Honourable Cyd Ho to Frederick Fung's motion be passed. And now put the question to you as stated. Will those in favour please raise their hands? Those against please raise their hands. I think Ms. Cyd Ho claims a division. The bell will ring for 3 minutes. Or 5 minutes. Voting begins. Members, please check your votes. If there are no questions, voting is closed. The result is displayed. From FC's 31 present, 8 yes, 15 no, 8 abstaining. From GC's 33 present, 17 yes, 4 no, 11 abstaining. The question is not supported by a majority, respectively, of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendment negatived. Mr. Andrew Leung. Mr. President, I move that in the event of further divisions being claimed at this meeting in respect of the SMW being raised to $33, this Council shall proceed forthwith to the division after the division bell has been rung for 1 minute. I now propose the question to you, and that is that the motion moved by Mr. Andrew Leung be passed. Does any member wish to speak? I would put the question to you as stated. Those in favor, please raise your hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority, respectively, of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the motion passed. I order that if further divisions are claimed at this meeting in respect of the SMW being raised to $33, voting will proceed after the division bell has rung for 1 minute. Dr. Fernando Cheung, you may move your amendment. President, I move that the Honorable Frederick Fung's motion be amended, and I propose the question to you, and that is that the amendment moved by Dr. Honorable Fernando Cheung to Honorable Frederick Fung's motion be passed. And I put the question to you as stated. With those in favor, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question. Dr. Fernando Cheung claims a division. The division bell will ring for 1 minute. Voting begins. Members, please check your votes. If there are no questions, voting is closed and the results are displayed. From FC's 32 present, 11 for, 16 against, 5 abstentions. From GC's 33 present, 24, 5 against, 7 abstentions. The question is not agreed by a majority, respectively, of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendment negatived. Honorable Cheung Kwok-che, you may move your amendment. President, I move that the Honorable Frederick Fung's motion be amended, and I propose the question to you, and that is that the amendment moved by Honorable Cheung Kwok-che to Honorable Frederick Fung's motion be passed. I now put the question to you as stated. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against please raise their hands. Mr. Cheung Kwok-che claims a division. The division bell will ring for 1 minute. Voting begins. Members, please check your votes. If there are no questions, voting is closed. The results are displayed. From FC's 32 present, 12 for, 14 against, 6 abstaining. From GC's 33 present, 21 for, 4 against, 7 abstentions. The question is not agreed by majority respectively of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendment negatived. Honorable Frederick Fung, you have 8 seconds to speak in reply. President, the CY Leung of yesterday questioned the business sector for data for setting SMW. He said that you should convince me with data. I would challenge CY Leung to convince me with actions. I now put the question to you, and that is that the motion moved by Honorable Frederick Fung be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against please raise their hands. I think Mr. Chin Kam Lam claims a division. The division bell will ring for 1 minute. Voting begins. Members, please check your votes. If there are no questions, voting is closed. The results are displayed. From FC's 32 present, 12 for, 14 against, 6 abstentions. From GC's 32 present, 24 5 against, 6 abstentions. The question is not agreed by majority respectively of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the motion negatived.